Oh man, I did all that talking on mute. Oh my god. I did all that talking on mute. I'm bugging. Oh man, I did all that talking. Oh boy. I guess I'm gonna get started. I did all that talking and I was on mute. I was muted. And nothing worse than, and I had a lot to say. So basically, I'm watching some breakdancing contest. Some guy came up with the idea. It's pretty dope. Like these guys are like experts, professional experts. Like these guys are doing stuff you wouldn't dream that can be done breakdancing. Like these guys are like these guys like gymnastic breakdancers. Like it looks crazy, yo. But I was just saying, like I mean, like black folks, like the things that they actually start, they are never in front of it. Like they don't own and control it. And I was just pretty saying, I'll sum it up. I was just pretty much saying, like when black folks was rapping and doing like hip hop, like rapping, pretty much rapping, and you had some white producers, hey, we'll sign you. Like black folks should have been like, all right, but like we are financially illiterate, and like nobody. When I say it's not up to the country to teach us financial literacy. It's up to our parents and community, and at this time the community is like more, like a community. So those that had the skill set or the knowledge to teach financial literacy to just everybody and where it could trickle down to the youth never did. Like they took that as like a pot of gold. Nah, just for me. I'll be financial literate and let everybody else just fall. Yeah, but that might have worked out for you, but your whole race plummeted as a result. So now when these young boys have like an idea, like rapping and stuff, some white label come behind, some producers of a white label come, hey, I'll sign you. We poor, broke, financial literate and stupid. Okay, no lawyer, no talking about that. Okay. Like that should be like a 50-50 deal. Like, oh, you want to promote our music and sponsor whatever? It's 50-50. We're gonna help launch your record label. We're gonna own half of that. We're gonna have our masters and whatever else. Yeah, these dudes are dancing their butt off. Yeah, this is crazy. This dude is like he's like his Chinese. That dude was getting down. Wow, this is amazing. Like I love breakdancing. I love pop locking. I probably like. I'm trying to think which one I like better. I don't know. They both do breakdancing and pop locking. Yeah, these dudes are professionals. Yeah. So yeah, I was just thinking about that. I played the video earlier. I thought it would go more in depth. This Turkey Nasheed video. I never watched it. When I played it live, that was my first time watching it, and it was a question: should Kamala Harris? I mean, what is Kamala Harris' policies? Because like nobody really knows them like that. So I didn't really watch it all. I was like busy doing stuff. But what were they? Oh boy. Yeah, so I mean, something about her, man. I just can't do it with her. Like by default, again, I ain't vote for either one of them. But if I had to not put my favorite one of them to win, who I wouldn't mind, I'm gonna have to say Trump because Kamala with the Megan Thee Stallion, like all this. Quavo, Donald Trump got to walk it, like, and everything she does is like trolling Trump. Like, what do you do? Like Trump doing him, and you trail like you need Trump to do something to come behind him so you can be relevant. And Trump, Trump, he don't walk it like he talking like my friend Quavo. Why you just can't say like Quavo, like your friend? You ain't friends with Quavo, like what the hell's going? And then like, so if you are like, so black people are just mindless dummies. Well, which they a large majority are mindless dummies. Uh-oh, too high. Look, too high. Too high. Okay, you want to get out? Okay, sit down. Sit down. You want to get out? Okay, let me get the towel. He hates when the water gets too hot in the tub. He hates when he's gonna let it overflow. One time it did. I was paying attention. That thing was all mad. It was a swamp on the floor. You gotta go lay down. Come. We'll be waking up early tomorrow. I'll see. We gotta start putting you on a go to bed at 9 o'clock schedule. Don't worry. I'm wake you up 6 o'clock in the morning. 5:45 in the morning. And then from here on out, you will get ready for school. Get ready for a school schedule. Okay, go. Go. Yeah, pamper. Pamper. He wear pamper go to sleeping because he peed twice already. And like he out of like he peed twice, but he had mad time he did not pee. But he ain't ready for overnight. Mm-hmm.
Daddy.
Yes.
It's strawberry.
Okay, yes, strawberry. This. Yeah, so I really can't do nothing with her. Peace from my view. Oh yeah, I turn it up. So I'm gonna play some little, some Bible stuff in a second. But not after I'm gonna play some videos of some Black Savages first. I'm gonna show y'all the elephant in the room. Nobody likes to talk about black violence, black crime that's affecting black people and black America as a whole, making it look like trash. So let's go to exhibit number 1, case study number 1. Look at this.
Daddy.
Yes.
You don't pay no rent. And a mother unleashing her fury, barring police from entering.
Okay, sit down. All right, so let's back it up. Now we on this show we talk about the moms who just let their little sons just be serial killers. And their behavior, this don't start when they're 19, 20. Their behavior starts at 12, when young boys start to be a little out of control, 12, 13, 14. So it's foreseen way early that you can't put a hand on your son. Your son's not listening to you. He's hanging around the wrong crowd. He's not going to school. That's the time you start enlisting your boy for boot camp, preparing for the military. But that's not the case. Instead, check this out.
Police, open the door.
It only took a few seconds between police announcing their arrival, executing an arrest warrant, and a mother unleashing her fury.
Now they're raiding her house for her no good fucking son. And this black bitch want to sit here and now blame the cops. And they got it like I don't know why they didn't knock her dumb ass on the ground to stomp all over and get her bum ass son. You go again. They always live home comfortably, got their own room. They probably live better. That was dope. These dudes are dancing, man. Yeah, this one black dude, crazy. Wow, yeah, this breakdancing stuff is crazy, yo. How can you be that damn good? I'm bad. I'm watching this battle. Yeah, that is crazy, yo. These guys be diming this, yo. This is crazy. Yeah, this looks so good. They got rid of the right clothes too. Yeah. Anyway, let me play this video. This no good pant right here.
Barring police from entering her Bronx apartment to arrest her son, a suspected gang member. She put up a fight.
My phone is working so loud.
Look, she protecting her killer. He bring all that illegal drug money in here, paying my bills, and got me living like a black queen. You ain't gonna take him and get rid of his money.
After minutes of tense moments in a small vestibule, police were able to get control and get her 20-year-old son in handcuffs.
All of them I'm telling you, all of them from like say that these are not grown kids at like 25, 30 in the house. Well, not ain't a kid obviously, but these ain't grown children in there like deciding who had a chance to live right, but now you see he ain't gonna amount to nothing. These guys be killers. And guys come over the house. I mean, when you got a son in a gang like that, that's not hidden. Like these guys are not they because you terrorize the neighborhood, you get your credit. Everybody know what you do. So the mom know. They on the phone. They coming through. They wearing colors. They doing the handshake. They're talking about it. The mom she knows all that shit.
They say he's a member of the 1300 crew.
These are probably the most violent guys that are still out on the street.
And mind you, this is a task force getting the most violent, dusty niggas off the street. And her son is one of them. And she, don't come get my son. That dog will eat you alive. Man, if that camera was in there, they'd have had that black bitch swallowing her teeth. I guarantee you.
Police say the 1300 crew is responsible for wreaking havoc throughout the North Bronx, on the streets, in subways, and in NYCHA. Surveillance video shows a drive-by shooting, the victim walking down a street. He died right there. And the moment in broad daylight when an innocent 73-year-old woman, you can see her right there falling to the ground. She's shot in the leg.
The bullet goes right through her leg. People deserve better than that.
And it's not just gun violence. The crew allegedly went on a 6-day robbery spree 2 years ago. They brutally attacked an off-duty officer while he was on a morning jog. This surveillance video shows him outnumbered, taking a beating behind that white SUV.
I have so much pain.
So they just randomly just attacking just anybody. These are savages who really deserves death. This is black society. This is who you don't snitch on, right? Don't snitch. Let us proud your neighborhood and prey on all you stupid niggas. Just don't snitch. Don't tell on us. Yo, that's that. Yo. When I think of don't snitch, don't tell. yo, that gives me the heebie-jeebie because I think of a pedo. I think of a pedo targeting a young child, having their way and saying, "Don't snitch." Don't snitch. Don't tell. You know, it's the same behavior. It's let me continue to terrorize. Let me continue to fill you up. Let me continue to brutalize you and with impunity. And I'll spare you when I spare you. Don't tell.
My, you know, in my back, my shoulder, you know, my head.
Pix 11 News spoke exclusively with Officer Mohammed Chaudhry after he was released from the hospital. He was in bad shape then.
His life was shattered, changed forever. He'll never be the same. Never came back full duty.
After about 3 years of putting the pieces together and building their case, NYPD officers are getting ready to go out and get the last few suspects in custody. Pix 11 News has the only camera there. Before they roll out, a moment of reflection.
Way back when you raised your hand, why did you take this job?
Assistant Chief Jason Savino believes, reminding the detectives of why they...
And they got the right guys to do the job because those New York police officers are like a gang unit themselves, yo. They are said to be some of the worst cops in the country, in the entire country. Like they are. I'm so glad I live in New York, man. Deal with these guys.
Took the oath will drive them to get closure for the victims. Before sunrise, in a well-orchestrated approach, detectives drive to several locations and move in. They arrest 3 men, one by one. Anything you want to say for yourself?
Who am I? They bum rushed in my crib for nothing.
Talk about the dangers of the...
Bum rushed the crib for nothing. Yeah, I see. Lay down. Here's your pillow. Lay down. Yeah, I see the cousin. Beautiful green car. Here, lay down right there, Yogi. Come, lay down. Yeah, lay down right there. Come, pad. Right there. Go. Lay down. Hey, bum rush my house for nothing. Sure. Nobody believes you, my boy.
Operations.
Anytime we prep for these types of large-scale operations, we always want to take into consideration all the tactics that we train for every day.
The department, working with Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark, announces an indictment against at least 15 gang members. Most of them face serious charges, including murder or attempted murder. Wrapping up this case for law enforcement is to bring relief to the community.
You to feel like you're kind of doing something like a greater good. Is our primary focus is to ensure that the residents of New York City can walk the streets, be safe, worry-free.
If you pull a trigger in New York City, we're going to do everything in our power to hunt you down and take you off the streets, especially when you're striking innocent bystanders and endangering the lives of people just going about their ordinary lives.
And yeah.
Look about these.
Yeah, I see it. That's nice. That's a nice car. Damn it. Move.
Lisa.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, we had that firsthand look at how the NYPD is bringing alleged gang members who terrorize their own community to justice. And now the Bronx DA says they've been charged in a 176-count felony indictment. Nay Benz, police say you're a trigger puller. Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that true? What? Police say you're a trigger puller. We're here at a secret undercover location in the
And the
Bronx.
secret she got there. Yeah, those some dusty rap, but yeah, these guys be live with mom and they don't need no rent, no nothing. They just live with mom and hatch heists to rob and kill innocent people. They come home and brag about it on the phone, talking about it. Mom just make sure that meal is hot, full stomach, go do it again. We already seen some of this King Von and SBG, BG Duck, mother. We see how heavily involved they be.
NYPD detectives are getting ready to launch a manhunt for nearly 24 gang members wanted for serious felonies, including murder. It's a Lisa Evers exclusive. It's before dawn on Wednesday, but NYPD detectives from the Gun Violence Suppression Division, called GVSD for short, are joined by detectives from Bronx precincts and warrant squads for this important mission. Their mission? Stopping the reign of terror caused by teens, young men, and a few women who engage in running gun battles with their opposition or ops at all hours of the day and night, no matter who's in the way, right in their own community.
These cases are the single most impactful reason that shootings trend downwards.
That's wild.
For no good reason. Investigators say the hatred is fueled by inflammatory disses about murdered ops and drill raps posted on social media. That's aspiring drill rapper Nate Benz, who police say is one of the gang leaders. The average age of the case subjects is 20. Teen girls are trigger pullers too, like the shooter in this video.
The average age is 20, like teen girls too, like this teen girl here.
Says Deputy Inspector Craig Edelman.
They're shooting at each other with a yellow school bus filled with kids in between them.
Making the community safe again is their passion and purpose. For takedown leader, Detective Brandon Ravello, it's personal. This is where he grew up. A lot of the subjects are wanted for being active trigger pullers, so they're asking us to put on these bulletproof vests before we go out to the locations once the manhunt gets underway. We're on the highway now as part of the caravan going to the first destination. These detectives know exactly who they are looking for because all of the subjects in this case have been pre-indicted by a Bronx grand jury. Officers go into the building, every detail and movement planned in advance. Right now the detectives are inside the building going into the apartment where they have a search warrant to apprehend the suspect. Sergeant Christopher Neal is in constant communication with...
And you know they home. Where else would they be? With mama. You know, she home too. She ain't working.
Team members, making sure everyone gets in and out safely.
In recent history, we've seen that impact takedowns or takedowns of this magnitude have a profound impact on the community.
What's going on here?
I love you, babe.
A female suspect who's 8 months pregnant is brought out in handcuffs from an apartment.
Damn, I love you for 8 months.
What's going on? Why did they pick you up?
We are here executing a search warrant on Tebow Avenue in the Bronx in regards to a drive-by shooting that happened in a public school playground.
Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark announced a 176-count conspiracy indictment against the alleged gang members for everything from attempted murder to robbery and weapons possession. More than a dozen guns were recovered, including some from the takedown.
We're going to stay at this no matter what, no matter how long it takes.
Yeah, I need to bring back stop and frisk. Let me take that right here.
Daddy.
Yeah. I see you. Oh, that's my song. Yeah. Okay, go. There. Bring back stopping. Because I didn't mean that emoji. I didn't mean to do that. That smiley emoji.
We are laser focused on making sure that we keep the public safe.
They are absolutely firing bullets without remorse or regret and without regard of anybody that's around.
This is one of the most violent crews that I've seen. You made our streets, our communities into a battlefield, and there's no excuse for that.
The team members believe their efforts are a step forward in making people feel safe again.
Today, I think, is a victory for the community. Anytime you have...
No, it's not. Because that same mother got 6 more kids living in that 2-bedroom apartment.
Gang that claims the territory inside of a park where children play, it has all the potential for tragedy.
So you're not a trigger puller? No, I don't pull no triggers. Now, as bad as it looks, all the defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Keep in mind that everyone accused in this case is under the age of 25. Many of them are just 20 years old or less.
25. Hey, what do y'all tell you? What I tell you guys? Y'all need to put some respect on my name. I said the ages, I just guessed from all the videos I've seen and what I read. I said the ages from like 18 to 25. She said 25 is the oldest. Yes, you can see. You can see. Yeah, go.
And the defendants are found guilty of these crimes. If that happens, they could spend more than a decade, sometimes 2 decades, behind bars. Okay. That's the latest. Back to you guys.
Yeah, fascinating.
Give them, I recommend a decade. No, 2 decades. Sorry. I recommend 2 decades. That is sick. In your neighborhoods. So I already showed, I'll show this one again. So this one right.
Caught on camera, video show.
Right, get rid of this. Oh my God. What's that? Oh my God. Open. Open. One more, okay. No. Okay, so here we go.
Those 2 men robbed at gunpoint at a hotel in Northeast Memphis.
That right. So what happened was 3 girls, like teenage girls, probably, I said earlier, probably got some in college, plan to go to college or got some college credits, right? Somehow they allowed some deadbeat dude who got a crazy background. They let this guy who does not work, is not going to work. They allow this guy to convince them to pretend that they're going to have basically set up the 2 guys you just seen. They convinced these 3 girls, these teens, to set up these 2 black men like they come into a hotel party. So you're here. So he can rob them with a gun like that. Of course, the dumb ass little girls don't think about what if one of the boys go for the gun. Now you got a homicide in your hands or a double homicide. Like, do you know you're never going to see your outside again not after 30 years? Because the way the laws work now is you don't got to commit the murder. If you were part of the plot, you get the same charge. So, but look what happens. This was disturbing. Look what happens after the girls set him up and the guy runs in with the gun. Look what happens.
Police tell us this happened.
Avenue. You see the group walking inside the hotel room. Then 3 armed men come in and police say threaten to kill other men. Seconds later, one of the women starts recording the men getting robbed.
Yeah, she's right there smiling, recording the guys. She's recording. This is evidence. And these guys allow her to record. Like they can't even deny it didn't happen. They seize her phone. It's there. and she can't delete it. They'll get it. So they have hardcore evidence of the robbery. She's smiling of her part in setting these young boys up to get robbed. Could have been a murder had they resisted and try to get the gun. Because maybe they felt like, yo, they come in here to kill us. So I'm gonna go out fighting. No, lay down. So I'm gonna go out fighting. Then now you kill two young boys, and all y'all going to jail for 30 years because one dusty nigga, well, two actually, and a bunch of three bimbos. Yeah, could go eat. Thought it was cool.
Not, use guns.
So that was crazy to me. Come on, why I keep doing it, man? Yeah, I'm gonna keep that video. Oh, no, okay, I showed the video already. I showed the video where a thug went for this is a police officer who's in full uniform. A thug went for his gun for no reason. He's not under arrest. He's not a suspect. Hey, look at it. This is wild.
Go on duty for the Taylor Swift concert that's in town, and you see these other three guys. I don't know that the middle one is involved, but the one on the right is about to go and grab his gun. And look at him, look at it, grabs for his gun, and now our officer's in a fight for his life. Sorry, the original that I have of this is slowed down like this, nothing I can do about it.
And look at the dude in the top left. He has a gun. Like he was acting like he about to shoot the police officer.
So he grabs a hold of the gun. Now watch, the officer's gonna fight him for the gun, but the guy knows how to get the gun even out of a retention holster. So the officer is able to fight him for it and eventually wrestle the gun back from him. You saw his friend draw a gun here and look at kind of advancing on him. Thankfully, they ended up running off. The officer, though he got control of his gun back, ended up not firing at them.
Should have killed both of them. But that's black society. Like this, and these guys again, 25 and younger. Like, yo, officers, in my opinion, have the right to profile 25-year-old black men and under. These are the most dangerous in black society. He just died for no reason. And they don't care. They're young and stupid. They do 20 years. They out my age. They got a whole life in front of them. Meanwhile, your life is cut short.
Right hand.
This is wild right here. This is why. And another thing, they target the black community with menthol cigarettes. They target the black community with marijuana, two highly addictive drugs, really. Menthol and marijuana. Look at this chick. She's so addicted to marijuana. Look at this.
I ain't know. What you doing on probation doing that? Look, don't settle. Just hand it to me and let's go. Look, I'm not about to cuff you up right now. Please. We're gonna talk outside of your business, but I don't want this on you inside your work, so give it to me real quick. Yes, sir. All right.
Officers responding to a call where a woman on probation gets caught on camera rolling up marijuana in the break room.
Y'all heard it right. She's rolling up a blunt in the break room on camera on probation. And y'all wonder why I'm pro birth control? These folks who are just having reckless sex and by mistake getting pregnant, they were never prepared to be a parent. Why are you forcing them to be a parent? Because look what society you're end up having. Now I'm 100% pro birth control. We don't need these animals out here because they had a kid because of peer pressure, parent pressure. Nah. All right, so now it's 1 minute down. Okay, so now I'm done with this. I'm gonna go into my Hebrew Israelite stuff. So if you're not into that, And you ain't going to watch this. All right, so let me first find it. God damn it. Oh my God. Why I can't get the video in the YouTube app? Why is it making me use a stupid portal from Facebook Messenger? Let me try it this way. Okay, there we go. I got it. It says open up that. I got it. No, wait, what happened to that? Oh my God. Yeah, what the hell just happened? I opened it up. I said open the app and the damn thing just. I got it. All right. Hopefully it works now. Okay, it's showing now. Okay, I got it. Oh, hell no. It's 46 minutes. Hell. Never mind. Damn. Yeah, I ain't gonna share that. I thought it was like a little short. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play this annoying dude. Hey, yeah, yeah. You know what's crazy? Um, this is why I like to toot my own horn because these Sakari guys and even Captain, when they debate me whatever way they usually debate, when they so-called debate me, they've run away from that structure. So Arayla likes to do formal debates. Captain normally likes to do engagement. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But when I so-called debate Arayla, he likes to do all of a sudden back and forth, no more formal debates. And when I tangle with Captain, he no longer like to do engagement. He wants to do back and forth. Oh my God, hold on a second. Give me a second. Let me just play. The Watcher. So the reason why I'm playing this because this is probably my new topic. Cause I see the Israelites like to debate this a lot. So I kind of I like no cap. I like ran away from the virgin birth. Like me, people who come on here and debate with me, we collectively pretty much no, not pretty much. We totally ran them off the virgin birth. Captain, I showed a recap live with Captain debating some Christians on the virgin birth, and the Christians had took my argument and beat Captain up. So like they don't even have to wait for me now, or cause they're trying to dodge me and debate weaklings and get these wins. So now the weaklings decided, you know what? They we had like a little buzz on the virgin birth. They took notes, and one dude named Stacy did pretty good. Captain, you know what to do. So now that the other people is using my arguments, that we came up with here, I can like take the brakes. I could take the gas. I could take my foot off the gas and put the brakes on the virgin birth, and try another weight class. I'm moving up like Terrence Crawford. You dig? Like George Jefferson. I'm moving up. So to entertain this right here now, I want to see what their main talking points are. Like I know what the main argument is. Romans 11 is the broken branches. Israelites that's lost, found. Israelites, whatever they try to say, don't know who they are, or the lost tribe, or is it real Gentiles? Which is it's a win side for Christians, but Israelites, they like to force information that's not there, and they like paste it in there. They like rip a page out that's not in the Bible and paste it in. Like you got a page 102, 103. Well, they'll take a page out of a different book and paste, or their own book, and paste it between 102, 103, and say this is 103. So like they like to paste information somewhere that's not there. It's like, dude, wait, what? So that's why they had the debates. So, and I don't really take debates where it's 50-50. So when I hop in a debate, I believe I got the winning side. So I'm going to destroy. So me and Stu Pease did not have a debate. It's me, Stu Pease, and Google Scholar. We were just having a discussion, and I was just trying to let I share a lot of body cam, and I talk about the Constitution and tips when you're in interrogation room, tips when a police officer is interacting with you on the streets or driving. I give tips, right? I'm not a lawyer. I give tips that I learned from lawyers and research. So I was telling Stu Pete, I said, yo, a lot of black folks don't understand the self-defense law. I said, so in my mind, the Second Amendment should apply to everybody but black folks. Black folks should You can't carry guns unless you're like 35 years old or older, because we turn it on each other too often. Because I can legally carry, and that's what's been going on. These self-defense states, black folks been turning guns on each other on weed sales, botched weed sales, or the slightest argument, or a basketball game, video game. Yes. Yeah, I see. Okay, go. Yeah, I mean, so they turn them on each other, and they use it to intimidate each other. So I'm like, yo, man, that law should apply to everybody but black folks. Unfortunately, look at our neighborhoods. So look at YSL, right? Rico, the Rico trial. That's a state we can legally carry, and look what they did with it. Now, I ain't saying all of them could legally carry, but not all of them are felons. So the person without a felon, that's the person who can legally buy the guns, and he's selling them to the felons, because that's actually legal. By the way, if y'all don't know that, like uh, somebody who owns a gun can sell. So when you go buy a gun at a gun shop, you got to be a non-felon. But the person selling the gun can sell the gun to anybody. It don't have to be a non-felon. It could be like he don't have to ask for ID, shit like that. Like you don't got to prove to him you're not a felon. That's in most states. I can't say most states. That's in some states. I'm still watching this breakdance competition. It's pretty dope. Anyway, so I want to try a different debate, because I already got a different argument, but they like to specifically go to Romans 11. So I don't want to like face that rabbit hole during a debate that has nothing to do with Romans 11. So let me just learn this argument now. So if I do debate something else on Gentiles and Israelites, and when it rabbit holes over here, I'm already prepared. Oh yeah. So anyway, I was making a point that I don't take 50-50 debates. When I take a debate, that's because I really believe this is the winning side. You know, I kind of like look over, and usually I find that out usually by watching a debate. So I like to watch two people debate on a controversial topic, and I like to follow the argument. And most times I don't watch just one debate. I watch like 10, 15 debates to see if there's a clear winning side. Sometimes one side might win. It's not because he's the winner, really. It's because the other person was unprepared, or maybe the first guy was lying and won. So I like to watch like several debates on the same topic to see if there's a clear winner. And when I was watching the Trinity versus Oneness debate, I really ain't see clear winners. Because I remember I was going to like go into that realm, because like that's a bigger realm, more eyes on you, more exposure that way. But I really didn't see clear winners. I'm like, nah. I like to be able to get a clear winning side, and with my research, and where I can put it together, I just trust myself. I just trust that I can put it together a little better. Okay. Let me show you case in point. Okay. You hit it. Give it here. Okay, so let me give y'all a case in point, right? Watch this. Watch this. So watch this. Watch this. Yeah, you got me. Okay. All right. So watch this. Okay, now go lay down. You got me. Tag on me. Now lay down.
Daddy,
Yeah. All right, let's see. Yeah, go. All right. Okay. So this is one of many comments on my video, one of my chess videos. Okay, go. Eat, go eat. This is one of, and I say many. This is one of many comments on some of my chess videos. He says, it's a Jerome Grant commented, I've checked all sorts of in-game books. I feel his pain because I did the same thing. He says on this, but no one ever explained it like this. Thanks so much for this video. I want to end game with this technique. So he's giving my props. He's saying, now you could go on YouTube and type in some of these end games. There's a plethora of YouTube channels that teach go to end games. That's like very, very popular, millions of views, they like the Sonetta of YouTube, like chess. And they got videos explaining the same end game I broke down. I got an end game book. You know, you could Google Silman Endgame, Silman, very popular endgame book. Probably one of the most popular endgame books. And he's talking about Silman book and all those chess videos from those big power chess channels. He said my explanation of this particular endgame was better than everybody that he's seen on YouTube and every endgame book he came across. He said, I gave the best explanation. This is what I mean why I believe my ability. I believe that I just see, like, I can see what's missing. And normally it got to be something that needs improvement. Of course, if it's already like perfectly explained, I can't do nothing with that. I'm talking about things that are explained, but it's little like, it's not so easy to grasp. I get it, but stuff like that. I'm good at making those things seem, I can explain it in a way where it's like easy to the layman. I can explain it in a layman woman way where it's easily received. So this is just one of, again, this is a chess channel. I can go to my other Unbiased Sports channel and show you some comments over there. So what I'm saying is I take this same talent, the ability to explain stuff so simple that a caveman can understand it. I take that same talent to the debate scene. So when I pick a side that I think is the winning side, I'm definitely going to win because I'm on the winning side already, I believe. And then I can articulate the evidence, the facts better than most. And the way I put it all together, he just somehow, he's obsessed with this damn remote, man. Yeah, so but I'm like really, really into myself when it comes to explaining something. You know, I mean, I do teach 6 and 7-year-olds a complex game, and they get it and they win trophies. So, what you want? No, you gotta eat. Okay, now go to bed. You just wasted it. Go to bed. Go to bed. Wasted it. All right, so this is just one example. Maybe I'll show another one. So that's chess. Now keep in mind, you guys already witnessed the verb how we put that together where it's so simple to follow. So I plan on doing this with the new debate, the Romans 11. I plan on going to that, gathering evidence and information. You guys seen some of my videos with the Nation of Islam. I'll do the same thing over there with their doctrine. All right, so I think I want to show one more example. I'm only saying this because, like, when I join a debate, like the only way I could lose is just me. Like I just don't remember my information, or I'm busy, or I'm nervous. Like, I don't know. It's something like that gotta be the reason why I'll take a debate and lose. It'd be some odd, weird stuff. Why is my other channel not showing up? Hey, yo, this is another unbiased sports out there. That's funny. All right, give me a second. Sha'Carri Richardson. I remember Haskell on Stu Pease was, going crazy when the Jamaicans were dominating track and field. Now America is back on top. Yeah, there's a channel called Totally Unbiased Sports Podcast. God damn, man. Come on, where? Okay, you know what? Let me do this. Okay, I got it. I found it. I found it. Okay. So I found my other channel. Hold on. I'm about to say, where is that? I'm like, where's that coming from? All right. Okay, I found it. Okay. All right, so watch this. I got this gift to make difficult things. I can make difficult things seem easy after I explain it. All right, look, check this out. So this is a video I did 4 years ago. How to YouTube live using Zoom, because this was a problem people were having. Once Google Hangouts just went away, right? Everybody was caught off guard. It just went away. Like nobody knows it's gone. So people couldn't go live anymore. I mean, you could go live on YouTube by yourself, but it was no panel. So Google Hangouts, you had the panels. Okay, so watch this. So this is a video I did explaining how to go live. Look at the ability to explain. Thank you very much. You were the only person that explains what I was looking for. He said, again, the last guy with chess said, I'm the only person to explain the end game this certain way. This guy said I was the only, he put only all caps. You're the only person to explain it the way I was looking for. Really nice work, sir. Thank you for the finer details in your video. You are awesome. Thanks. This helped a lot. I was wondering why I didn't have the live stream option, but you cleared it up and I'm all set. Thanks. Great for dummies approach. You also need a verified YouTube Google account. I wasn't able to verify my alternate Google account, so I have to use my main one. Great, no nonsense video. Sometimes it's a real pain trying to figure out what's available for paid Zoom versus free, and tutorials always miss the part where that stuff goes wrong. So because he asked for something else, and I gave that to him. Thank you for making this. Oh, and for the tip on watermarks, because they asked about watermarks. I gave him a tip on that. Thank you very much. You are right. YouTube videos do not tell how to enable live stream from settings. Thanks again. Thanks. You are very instructional and helpful to me. Thanks again. Thank you. This was very helpful. Do you know if the live webinars from Zoom get saved on YouTube after the Zoom live ended, or do they get erased? Okay, I responded. Hello, thanks for your video. I am wondering if more than 100 people can see the streaming if the meeting in YouTube, or am I limited for that number of participants with the Plan Pro? I'm interested on that because we would like to stream our meeting of 10 people via YouTube. I responded. How do you remove the Zoom watermark? I responded. Okay, so again, you see similar comments on a whole separate instructional video. And then same thing with chemistry. I could tell you about electron capture and beta decay. Like most beginners chem students can't understand how they're different. They almost seem the same. So I made an instructional. For my YouTube is deleted now, but that channel, I made a video explaining electron capture, how it's different from beta decay. So in a plethora of different things, I will go ahead and do. So my point is, when I go into the debate with that skill, with that advantage, and I got the winning side, I'm taking the winning side, the positive side. That's why it used to be like a one-sided debate. The only way it won't be one-sided if I'm caught off guard like I was versus Captain on the structure. I was expecting it back and forth with Captain. When I got there, I'm like, yes, I know that we're gonna do it back and forth. They're like, no, you're not. You're gonna do a 10-minute introduction, 15-minute rebuttal, or argument rebuttal. You guys see my face. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, I don't have nothing put together to rant for 10 minutes. That's in order. I can rant for 10 minutes, but like you guys are gonna see, I'm all over the place. So I did my best with that format and still came off on top. But if it was a back and forth like how we did the other 2 times, it'd have been a slaughter. It wouldn't be like a close, 51-49, whatever. It'd have been like 90-10 or 100-0. I'm telling you, like I was prepared to demolish him, point for point for point for point. The structure captain wanted. He wanted to talk for 10, 15 minutes straight, and then say, "Hey, rebut that," like he does most of the debates. Hey, dude, you remember rebut? So now I'm busy rebutting you. I can't argue my damn self. I can't even put forth my argument. And that worked for most of the debate until I stole that last round. I said, you know what? Let me finally put an argument together where I'm on the offense. And once I did that, I won the debate. And I even said it. That's okay. The debate gonna change right now. And I went on the offense for the first time and won that. So this is Romans 11. So I say all that to say is Romans 11. This is the winning side, to know that the olive branch and the broken branches are the Gentiles. Okay. We just say the positive side, just say Gentiles. The Hebrew Israelites believe there's a Gentile Israelite. So they got to say natural Gentiles for them. So you hear them say natural Gentile, and you be saying, what the hell is that? And that's his way of saying, well, because the unnatural Gentiles are Israelites who are just lost and don't know who they are because God turned his back on them. But like there's a way to demolish them even with that argument, because they trip themselves up. So let's see what Arila has. Yo, what's good, Antonio? Emotep Jackson, peace. I'm trying to get, okay, let me give Antonio a moderator wrench. So I'll just give you an example, like a little talent I have that's unique. And when I debate, I use that talent and I'm able to like piece together and get an argument that's like irrefutable. And as you can see, all my debates on this channel, everybody was wiped out. It was no like 10 minutes. It was just back and forth. You see, I made light work everybody, including Captain Katasa. Y'all see what I did to her side and Deacon, and y'all seen it. Okay, so anyway, let's go over some of, I see all I have to say. Let's go over some of these things. So right now, I'm going over a debate, Christian debate with Israelites and a Christian. I guess he's a Christian. It might be 2 Israelites. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm interested in going a new route, moving up in weight classes and taking on this new debate that Israelites ran to because they're afraid to debate the virgin birth because what I did to most everybody. The only person I want now was really Hebrew, and he is so scared of me. Like this guy is so scared of me. I remember on Sinai TV, he wanted some money to debate me, but he says, "Who am I? Who are you? Who are you? You're nobody." But I need some money to debate him. That was a nobody. Like you debate for free all the time. But anyway, I also K said, man, I'll put some bread on Unbiased Sports for Gorilla Hebrew. So I was on Sinetta thing today, and Sinetta gave me a big shout out and was trying to set me up with a debate with Israel Doctrine. But I don't think me and Israel Doctrine will disagree on much. Like, cause I know he's from Chicago, and I pretty much know his like what he believes, and I don't believe he ever said anything that I like pretty much wholeheartedly disagree with. So I don't think Sanetta know that. It's like, nah, Sanetta, you got to name a one West Israelite. Israel Doctrine is not one West. Jeremiah Judah is not one West. So this is why, like, you'll never see me debate these guys. They're not one West. They're like on my side. So if I were to debate those guys, it wouldn't be anything biblically. It wouldn't be anything Bible related, because like we're on the same side. Now I would love to beat up Apostle just for fun. But Apostle, he will run from me. I'm gonna hit up Sinaitic like, yo, Sinaitic, get Apostle, man. I might this Gentile thing. He might, because Virginsburg he's not going to debate. So, but the Gentile thing, he never seen me like debate this. But I debated the Gentile thing a few times on my channel. No more. Go to bed. You just wasted it. Okay, I forgot. When he's sleepy, he's never going to sleep without crying first, throwing a temper tantrum. No, go to sleep. Again, gonna get your cry out now. So you get sleepy. Even waking up, crying and stuff. All right. So something like this, because their argument is going to be a positive argument, but he ain't gonna be as polished as them, so he'll be an easy body bag on Sanetta's new debate channel. So they both Israelites. Look at Captain in there. Captain B, he be attending a lot of transgender debates. He be trying to write down some notes, I guess. But that's not the one you should be following. Deacon is like their strongest debater. People think it's Hassad, but it's really Deacon. Thank you. Let me set my alarm for 6 a.m. This boy, truly. See, the 20-minute hot seat I don't like because I seen Avila filibuster when it's his turn to answer questions. So luckily he debated somebody smart. So when that smart Israelite was on the hot seat, he decided to do the same thing he did. He just filibustered and took hella long to argue a question. That's why I don't like that. It should be just like, hey, like the hot seat should be 5 questions I get to ask you. That's all. And like your answer shouldn't be too long-winded. And then, and you know what? And then the hot seat should be after that. And maybe not so long, but it should be like 5 questions, and your opponent gets 5 answers. Then you get the rebuttal on the hot seat. Well, you said this. Well, how that's possible? This happened. And then, like, I think that's how it should go, not just because you'll see it's gonna get sloppy. I never watched it, but I guarantee the hot seat gets sloppy. Yeah, it should be asked 5 important questions that you feel like could win you the debate. Ask 5 questions, and then you have a hot seat, which is an interrogation. You could interrogate him based off his answers for 20 minutes, and you can move on if you want. Leave it, move on. Like, oh, all right, I'm done. All right, next question. Like, let them answer in a timely manner, and then I'm done with that. Next question. Or you said this. You said this. And I asked your second question. How is that possible? Blah 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 blah. Can they start? Yeah, the reason why, like, me trying to get me on Clubhouse, the reason, and I might spar with guys on Romans 11, but the reason why I want to do like my tough debates for my like a virgin birth or something I really like hold to on Clubhouse, because I believe visuals are everything. Like, you got to be able to see what I'm reading. It just don't hit the same. He's yawning. He's yawning. Go to sleep, man. And if I lay down with him, he'd have been asleep. I got my alarm clock set for 6 a.m. I'm start getting prepared because it's August now. I'm in the bathroom now. It's gonna be too late. Oh, my ADD kicked in. So I was explaining me and Stu Pease. I was telling him that, self defense in black neighborhoods with black states, self defense states amongst black people is a bad idea because we use the guns on each other, and it's not self defense. We normally use them on the offense. So Google Scholar says something. Yeah, he made a great point about something else, but same subject. So I came back and said, yeah. I said, think about it. I'm like more pro self defense where you just defending your home only. Like I'm not an advocate of you carrying your weapon with you on you in your car or on your person, because most times they're not. You end up being the aggressor, and when you're not home and you're just driving, traveling, and when what I'm trying to say is you're not using it if you have a weapon on you and you go somewhere and the person threatening your life, most likely they threaten your life with a gun themselves, so you die. So most people never get a chance to defend themselves when they're away from home. They just die because you're going to respond second. He's going to respond first. You're going to respond second. You're dead or shot already. So most people that try with their gun, because remember, self-defense means you got to defend yourself. That means you're not the aggressor. There's no self-defense claim, which you guys don't understand, or maybe you do, but you better know now. There's no self-defense claim for you if you were the first one violent. You attack first. There's no self-defense claim for you. The other person has to attack first. Okay? When the other person attacks first, and in Black society, they normally attack with a gun, you're normally just dead. Or critical condition or hurt. Like, you never really get the chance to use your gun. Like, I watched so much First 48, and the other guy had a gun on, but he never shot the gun one time. He just dead by it. He just dead. He just dead, a dead man with a gun. So that's why I said my observations is it's like useless. You don't never get to use it. So self-defense should be for guys, people protecting their home. And again, I reiterate, because with your gun, traveling, driving, you're normally the aggressor. Okay, you usually pull your gun out first. The guy who's legally armed. Anyway, so Stu P's kind of like disagreed, no problem. So, and then the subject morphed to talking to police officers. So Stu P's argument was, you shouldn't talk to police officers under no circumstance. Seek counsel or hire an attorney if a police officer decides to question you. So Google Scholar was quiet, and I was like, I don't know about that, Stu. I said maybe that advice is for like a suspect. And Stu P's doubled down. He said, nah, not a suspect. He said anybody. He said, if you get approached by a police officer and they want to question you, you should seek counsel, seek an attorney. And then I doubled down. I said, nah, Stu, that's not wise, because how do you get witnesses? Like, what do you mean? So witness not supposed to talk to a police officer and tell what happened to get the criminal locked up and held accountable, held responsible for his crime? He said, no, because the witness. So now he started using some scared, alarmist black allergy. He said, now the witness can be wrapped up in the crime. Be charged for the crime somehow. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, Gallant. Come. When you come over here. Come. Go. Oh, quicksand. Go, you can go. Lay down, go. All right. Sorry. That was a moment for us. Okay, so I said Stu Peeps. So a witness is gonna tell what happened. Now all of a sudden, the police officer, you know what? We don't have a suspect. You're the suspect now. I said, Stu, that's not how it works, man. I said witnesses should tiptoe. The witnesses can't talk to police officers still. There's no the cop setting you up. Like, still, that's not how. That's a movie, dude. I said, how you think majority of criminals in black society get locked up? A witness normally steps up. I said, cases go cold. They don't just, all right, we don't have a suspect, but since you were the witness, we're gonna make you the suspect. Like, that's not how it works, man. Because you need evidence. You need, you need a whole bunch of stuff to. You can't just. That's not stupid. This ain't the '60s, man. So he said, nah, there's a video of a lawyer and a police officer together giving a double lecture, and they talk about how no one should talk to a police officer under any conditions. They said they talked for about an hour explaining that. 20 minutes the lawyer, 20 minutes the 30-year-old seasoned police officer. So I said, Google, Because Stu Pease his mind was made up. I said, Google. I said, I guarantee you they're giving advice for suspects. Stu Pease said, nah. He said suspect or no suspect, they're giving advice to. So then he went on. He said, I'm gonna find a video. So I said, Stu Pease, send me that video link. Because at this time, I'm like, source up. I'm like very aggressive. I said, man, give me the video link. Source up. I said, Google Scholar, I guarantee you. Now, mind you, he watched the video, I never seen it. I said, Stu Pease, I guarantee you they're talking about a suspect. They're not talking about a suspect. I played the video. They're talking about a suspect the entire time. I did like multiple lives on this already. I showed the evidence. Look at my last live. One of the lives with Stu P's name in it, and you'll see the evidence. And he has it's a flat. He's just flat out wrong. But he left. He didn't leave so peacefully. And mind you, we're not arguing. We're not yelling. Well, Stu P's the only one that's like out of character. But me and Google Scholar, like we're like poised and talking regular. And then Stu Pease did the Haskell, when he left. Haskell departure. Just like played victim and just hung up. Like, what the hell? Like, what just happened? But I know people be having their own agendas when they come on the show. It's like, I already feel a certain way, so I just want to have an opportunity to express my feelings, but be the good guy, and then play victim. It didn't work. Because I was able to play the excerpts of the video where they kept saying suspect. They never said the general public should not talk to police officers. They only talked about suspects or people getting arrested, which are suspects. So I hit him up on Facebook the next day to show there's no bad blood with me. So I was like, yo, man. So I sent him an excerpt of our video clip. I clipped some stuff like, stupid. This is how, because I wasn't sure if he was drunk or not. So I sent the excerpt of a 15-second excerpt of his argument. I said, Stu Pease, man, like, dude, I studied this stuff. And he seen it. I sent other stuff to him. He seen it and he did not reply, oh, my fault, I was wrong, nothing. So again, like that goes back to when I got the winning side, I'm going to be right. So let me give you a breakdown of that. So you ever notice a police officer question people sometimes, and then out of nowhere, they will say, hey, you have the right to remain silent while they put handcuffs on you. And sometimes a police officer don't ask you no questions. He just arrests you, so you got the right to remain silent. You ever wonder why sometimes they talk to you and then say they give you Miranda rights, and sometimes they just give you Miranda rights right away. They don't talk to you at all. Okay, let me explain why. When they arrest you right away, without questioning you, it's because they are arresting you. Okay? So just because you're in handcuffs doesn't mean you're arrested, because you could, when a police officer detains you, he has a choice to either put handcuffs on you or no handcuffs on you. But you're detained either way. You're still detained. So just because handcuffs around your arms don't mean you're arrested unless he say you are. And doesn't mean you're detained either unless he said you are. So you just ask him, am I detained? He says, no, am I free to go? It's that simple. So when they detain you, they're going to investigate. They're trying to find out if you are indeed the person responsible for the crime, as the witnesses say you are. Because he doesn't know. He just came to the, he just pulled up. So he's going to investigate or hold you there in case he got to arrest you. So while he's investigating, he's allowed to ask you questions, okay, to see if you are who they say you are. And you can answer or not answer. Doesn't matter. But he's only going to ask you your Miranda rights when he now is convinced that you are the suspect, and every question here on out is going to be possibly incriminating for you. So he's going to protect you and warn you, hey, you got the right to remain silent, because basically everything I asked you from this point on might be evidence used against you in a short, simple way, simplistic way to explain to you. I'm only asking questions to gather evidence against you from this point on. Before I was asking questions to see if you even fit the crime. Now I believe you do. I'm gonna read you your Miranda rights because every question now is to build evidence against you because you are the guy. You are the suspect. That's how that works. All right. Let me just make sure I'm about to play a video. Make sure my screen's still sharing. Nope. So I'm on my iPad, by the way. My son damaged my laptop. I got other laptops, but I love my Mac. The other ones are Windows. So I just can't go back to Windows. Not right now. So I'm using my iPad. Plus it's easy to move around, carry.
Page is Y'all World 777 on YouTube. You can also find us on Facebook at
but
Source
so
Debate
ran
League.
off, whatever, but he never apologized. So of course I'm being funny afterwards. Like, yeah, I'm trolling now. Like, dude, hold that L. I'm trolling now because this is my person. I'm gonna troll you. But when I'm wrong, I was wrong one time against 2Ps or a couple of times. I'm wrong. If I don't say it that night, I say it the next live. Because sometimes I don't want to be honest while I'm mad. So I wait till my head is cool, and the next live I'll say, "Yeah, you got it," in front of everybody. But you notice they don't get that
One
back
thing
to
I
me.
want.
Haskell cussed me out, never apologized. Y'all heard him. And this is black man cussed me out, never apologized. But when I'm overboard on them, I'll apologize to those guys. They never do that in return.
Say about this Romans 11 is that for those that have a connection to One West, the original teachings of Romans 11 is that the Gentiles in Romans 11 are natural Gentiles.
No, I didn't know that.
The change came during when the elder of IUIC, shout out to IUIC, Elder Nathaniel, brought this doctrine that the Gentiles in Romans 11 are actually the northern kingdom.
Yeah, he does make stuff up, but he's kind of clever.
All right, so I just wanted to get some history on that, and the connection with what I'm going to be bringing forth is definitely going to be scriptural and historical based. I yield.
All right, some of the stuff down. I'm like really serious about hopping into this. Damn, man. I gotta run to the car. My notepad's in the car. I'm trying to think. Can I do it undetectedly while he's looking at his iPad?
Daddy, look, the channel.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I might gotta bring it with me.
Daddy.
Seconds left, but you'll go ahead, Ariella.
Matter of fact, let me play this 2-piece thing now because I'm only gonna play because I want to run. I gotta bring him because I was gonna sneak behind his back, but he keeps turning around and he's gonna be crying. So let me just play. I don't want to play. Let me play something else until play this 2-piece thing until I get back. All right. All right. Oh, all right. 1 second. Play this 2-piece thing real fast. While I go, what am I going to car to get? I gotta get my Crocs and the notepad. Crocs and notepad. Crocs and notepad. Damn.
The Supreme Court judge in 1870 said, do not speak to the police under no condition. You never speak to the police.
No,
You tell
that's
the
false.
police that.
No, that's false. That's only if you're looked at as a suspect. That's when you don't talk. Yeah, no,
Right.
that's actually true.
I would find a piece of law for you now and tell you when the judge said you do not speak to the police under no condition. No smart person.
When they say speak to the police, though, it depends on what they mean by speak.
Under nothing, you don't speak to the police. All listen to the police. Suspect or no suspect. The first thing you say is that I do not answer questions and I need a lawyer. Because guess the this police and this lawyer. This police and this lawyer. And they were
give me that link.
having a roundtable discussion. No. They were having a roundtable discussion at law school.
I guarantee you, they're talking about a suspect. They're not talking about
No, they're not talking about no suspect. You ready? Let me find the video.
Yeah.
With this.
Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no uncertain terms, Justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no uncertain terms to make no statement to the police under any circumstance. Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no uncertain terms to make no statement to the police under any circumstances. There's the title of my talk. I'm here to explain Justice on the Supreme Court. Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell talk to the police. Let me just spell it out for you. Let me make it plain to all of you. These are the top 10 reasons. I shouldn't really lie to you. I don't really have 10. I don't have time for 10, but I've got time for 8, and that'll be close enough. Number 1, and this really ought to be good enough. Contrary to what you laymen instinctively and naturally suppose, it cannot help. There is no way it can help you. Plenty of folks think that it can, and they're always wrong. You cannot talk your way out of getting arrested. Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you ever, how many times in your experience, have you approached someone, asked if you could ask them some questions because Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you ever, how many times arrested? Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you wrong? You cannot talk your way out of getting arrested. Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects.
No, that's false. No, that's false. That's only if you're looked at as a suspect. That's when you don't talk. Yeah, no,
right.
That's actually true.
I would find a piece of law, you know, and tell you when the judge said you do not speak to the police under no condition. No. With this police and this lawyer, this student lawyers.
Give me the link.
They were telling student lawyers that you
guarantee. Hey Google, I guarantee you, they're talking about a suspect. They're not talking about
No, they're not talking about no suspect. You ready? Let me find the video. Talking about no suspect. You ready? This police and this lawyer, and they
Justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect,
This is Stu P's video. He just said they're not talking about a suspect. We played a video and he says they'll tell the suspect. So this is why he was so tight, but I don't know why. Does he believe he's not wrong ever? Dude, you're wrong.
Her will tell the suspect, will tell the suspect.
So it looks like, Stu, you're wrong there.
Give me that link.
Student lawyers.
Give me the link.
They were
I will
telling
play it right
student
now.
lawyers
I
that you know.
guarantee. Hey Google, I
You bet
guarantee
you
they. I guarantee you, they talking about a suspect. They're not talking about an
No, they're not
eyewitness.
talking about no suspect.
I guarantee you, they talking about a suspect. They're not talking about an
No, they're not
eyewitness.
talking about no suspect.
I guarantee you, they talking about a suspect. They're not talking.
Should have had it slow motion.
Think that it can,
And the reason why it's not put together well, because again, it's my iPad. I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to edit my iPad.
always wrong. You cannot talk your way out of getting arrested. Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you?
Officer Ruth, or Baruch, whatever his name is, Officer Brute, you interview thousands of criminal suspects. This is Stu P's video link for evidence that's supposed to support him. It's supporting me. Every chance they get, they keep saying suspects.
Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you ever way out of getting arrested? Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you?
That's called a body bag. I mean, that's just a body bag. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna play. I'm not even gonna play. That's a body bag. That's an L. That's an L. Like, he could apologize for being rude, and I mean, he was cutting me off. The video's, by the way, it's still up. I didn't make this video private. The woman, me and Stu P's. Just go back a few lives. It's the only recent 5-hour live. So we were 5 hours. He was probably on he went on for 5 hours, but he was on there for a little while. But go to my live, that was 5 hours. Go to the 2 hour and 30-minute mark, and you'll see that's when me and Stu P start talking about this. And you'll see how he just kept cutting. He wanted to let me. It was like, I was like, so I wanted to mute him, but I think that's what he wants. He want me to mute him. So I just let him cut me off and just show you guys how poorly he behaved. Okay, just cut me off every chance he got. But you heard the footage.
With what I'm going to be bringing forth,
I got my notes
is definitely going to be scriptural and historical based. I yield.
All right, you have 30 seconds left, but you'll go ahead, Ariella.
If he just apologized, that he could have just did it in the inbox, or Facebook inbox. It wouldn't have been a big deal. But since it's taking this long, now I'm going to rub it in and say, yo, you lost, hold the L, and still apologize.
First and foremost, I'd like to give all praise, glory, and honor to Yahweh Bashim Yahushai. All right, my name is Ariella Bani Howada. I'm from the School of Sakari here in Philadelphia. And in this debate, I'm going to prove emphatically that this entire epistle to the Church of Saints at Rome are all Israelites. Okay, that salvation only pertains to the Israelites. Okay, and everything that Paul is talking about leading up to Romans 11 is about the Israelites. Okay, we have to understand that this is a letter to a specific group of people. That group of people does not change at all. Right, what my opponent's going to try to do is make Paul seem to be a schizophrenic, and that he's changing who he's talking to. Right, he's talking to the same group of people throughout this letter and throughout all of his epistles. Right, because the gospel is for the Israelites, right? For those that mourn in Zion. With that, I yield.
All right, let's get it popping. So you guys will have 10 minutes. I believe who's gonna go first? Y'all, what's up?
Jeremiah is gonna go first.
All right, Jeremiah, you'll have 10 minutes to lay out your premise on the topic, and I will let you know when you have 5 minutes left, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute left, and then I will let you know when that is time. All right, so that's when I'll unmute.
So, by the way, I got a bunch of these debates on deck. Not a bunch, maybe 5 or 6 of Israelites going at it versus a Christian or Israelite taking a positive side on the same topic. So I'm not just taking those from one. So tomorrow you'll see me go live with another Romans 11 debate. So you're gonna see this. So get used to that because this is the avenue I'm going now.
And I will do that for both sides.
You see how confident Arella was? I don't want them to be that confident anymore. I want it to be a one-sided debate. When I get done with you, your confidence drops.
So whenever you start talking, that's when the time will start.
Come on.
Jeremiah, it's on you, Ak. Whenever you start talking, your time will start.
Damn.
And the iPad microphone.
I was on mute.
The microphone.
iPad
microphone.
All right.
Time over. Go ahead.
I'm always
Go ahead.
like nice and loud.
All right. So first and foremost, man, I want to let everybody know that in no way, shape, or form am I saying that salvation in the kingdom of Shamayim is for any heathen. I want to make
so he's like a One West type of Israelite who's like rebelling.
that
or who's awakening.
Extremely clear. All right. I am I hear some background noise.
I'm a racist Israelite.
Hey Dominic, I think that's you, Salak.
Yeah, so I want to make that clear. I'm not coming in here with no Christian persuasion at all. I'm dealing with
because Christians are always wrong, and they're the ones who's always right.
The restoration of the nation of Israel. We are the superior race. We are the superior people on planet Earth, and the Most High is going to
look at this races. We're superior race, and how? What evidence? Like I'm black. What evidence? We're running. Look at Shakar Richardson. Oh, so we're superior race because we're stronger and faster? What about smarter? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the clear evidence? Like, show us what we created. Show us what we built. Show us the intelligence part. Show us how we're clearly more intelligent than our races.
substantiate that upon the great and mighty return of his son. All right. So I want to make that clear. So there's a process in which this has to be substantiated. Let me get Deuteronomy chapter 28 and starting at the 13th verse. Because it's important that we understand.
Not the curse. Come on, dude. You about to kill it.
You say 30, 22, 30.
Revelation chapter 22, verse 14 and 15.
Book of Revelation 22, verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates of the city. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie.
So it's imperative that we understand that these are stipulations in order for us to make it into the kingdom. So if the children of Israel, who are the beloved of the Most High, have stipulations to make it into the kingdom of heaven, what makes you think for 1 second that a heathen doesn't have stipulations in order for them to make it into the kingdom of heaven? Let me get
so part of his argument on the debate is a racist rant.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1.
He just wasted time.
Let's be quick with it, man. Let's be quick with it.
14, verse 1. For the Lord mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. Verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they wore, and they shall rule over their oppressors.
So I don't know about you, but I want my slaves. I want my servants. I want those that's going to be working for me, right? So Paul is substantiating this in Romans 11, right? So let me get Amos 9 and 12.
This service is slave. These guys are hilarious.
Book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 12. That they may possess the remnant of Edom and all of the heathen, which are called by my name, said the Lord that doeth this.
Right. So in order for them to make it, in order for the children of Israel to fulfill their obligation, which they were called to do, which was to be what? A bearer of light to the rest of the world. We are supposed to be the central hub for spirituality on this planet. The children of Israel, it's for the entire world is supposed to come to get the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High. That is our job. We are a nation of kingdom. And Salaki, what was that?
5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. Duwada. We are a nation of kings and priests. Okay? Let me get Isaiah 49 and 5. And I want 5 and 6.
Book of Isaiah 49 and 5. And now, said the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorified in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel. For I will give thee for a light, Slaki, for I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation until the end of the earth.
All right, so this is the precept also to Matthew chapter 5. We're supposed to let our light shine through the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High, right? Give me Isaiah chapter 29, verse 14, right? Because it's imperative that we understand that the Most High is going to do a marvelous work with this people, not just the southern kingdom. He's not only going to repair the southern kingdom. He's going to repair the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom as one people, right? That's Ezekiel chapter 37, okay? That the entire nation must be repaired. Read.
Isaiah verse 14. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of the wise men, of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of the prudent man shall be hid.
Give me Acts chapter 30, Acts chapter 5, verse 30 and 31. What's going on here is it's going to be a marvelous work. That marvelous work embodies Hamashiach Yahushai coming back, right? So that the children of Israel can go into this final captivity so that they can come out of the captivity, right? So that they can come out. And he is that savior, right? And to do what? To give repentance to the children of Israel. Read.
You say Acts chapter 5, verse 30?
Yes.
The God of our fathers raised up Yahushua, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. Verse 31. And him had Yah exalted with his right hand to be a prince and savior, to forgive repentance, for to give repentance to Israel and forgiveness of sins.
All right, let me get Romans 11 and 1. So now this is for the entire nation. This is for the entire nation. He's not pitting one nation, the North versus the South, putting them in a position where they're against each other so they can continue warring. When it was prophesied in when it's prophesied in Ezekiel chapter 37 that he's going to make us one stick. But then he's going to come in Romans and try to and use the North against the South and have them make each other jealous and go against each other and be combative, when he already said in Ezekiel 37 that he want to make us one stick. So this is for the entire nation, for we can have corrective behavior so we can come back to the Father, the North and the South. Read.
Book of Romans chapter 11, verse 1. I say then, hey, Yah cast away his people? Yah forbid, for I am also an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. Verse 2. Yah had not cast away his people, which he foreknew. What ye not what the scripture said of Elias, how he make an intercession to Yah against Israel, saying, Lord.
Right, Slakia, right there. So now, again, Romans 11, Paul says he is an Israelite. Israelites embody the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. Okay? So The Most High have not done away with his cast away his people. He's taken them through a process of repentance, and he's humbling his people so that they can in turn come back to the Father, not so that they can be at war with each other because of Romans 11. Okay? He's not using Romans 11 to put the northern kingdom against the southern kingdom. That is ridiculous and absurd, man. So we're going to get into, as I go into my second round, to substantiate Romans 11 and the process of this people being, as these people being put into jealousy. These people are going through a process of a falling process. How will these people fall? Who will benefit from the fall of the children of Israel? Not just the southern kingdom. Who will benefit from the fall from the entire nation? Why would the northern kingdom benefit from the fall of the southern kingdom when we have no history to substantiate that? And I challenge this man to bring forth the history to prove that. That's my time?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. All right.
All right. That was 10 minutes. Good job, Jeremiah. Ariala, your 10 minutes to start as soon as you start speaking. Now, Dominique, you ready with the time?
Khan.
All right, Cabo Khan. Now, go ahead, Ariala.
All right, again, first and foremost, I want to give all praise, glory, and honor to Yahweh Hashem Shai. All right, let's get straight to Romans 1, all right? Because we got to show the context of who this is written to. The audience does not change throughout the entire letter. Read.
Khan, Romans 1. Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated unto the gospel of
Unto
God.
the what?
Called to be an apostle, separated unto the gospel of God.
The gospel of God. The gospel is for who? The gospel is for the Israelites. The gospel, all right, is for those who mourn in Zion. Isaiah 52:7 says, Thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One. To whom the Salakia, wrong scripture. Isaiah 52 and verse 7 reads, Thus and so. It says, How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings. That's what the gospel is. Good tidings that publishes peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publishes salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reigneth. So this is what Paul's coming to do, to preach the gospel to these people, right? Read on.
Which he had promised afore by his prophets in the Holy Scriptures.
He's promised afore. The promises were for the Israelites, not for anybody else. The promises for the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and of Jacob. Read.
God, concerning his son, Yahushua Mashiach our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. And declared to be the Son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection from the dead.
Jump down to verse 7.
To all that be in Rome,
God. Beloved of God, what?
Called to be saints.
Called to be what?
Called to be saints.
Called to be saints. The saints are the Israelites. Read Psalms 50 and 5.
God, Psalms 50 and 5. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice.
The Israelites are the saints. Those that made a covenant with the Most High God by sacrifice are the Israelites. You find this in Exodus, the 24th chapter. Go to Psalms 148 and 14.
Khan, Psalms 148 and 14. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise the Lord.
So these are the people that are near unto him, the people that he loves. All right, the saints, the Israelites. All right, this letter is written to the saints who are gathered at the church of Rome. All right, the church is what? The church is the church that was in the wilderness, Acts 7 and 38. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in Mount Sinai, and with our fathers who received the lively oracles to give unto us. Right. So let's go to the book of Romans, the 4th chapter. I'm going to show you how all throughout this letter, Paul is letting you know who he is writing to. He's writing a specific letter to a specific church, which are the Israelites, who are called to be saints, which are the Israelites. Read Romans 4 and 1.
What shall we say then? That Abraham our father, as pertaining to the flesh, hath found?
So we see that here, the Church of Rome, all of these people have Abraham as a forefather. Now, if Abraham is a father of many nations, he's a father of the Ishmaelites, he's a father of the Edomites, he's a father of the Midianites, and all the sons of Keturah, right? But the seed that is called is the seed of Isaac, and from Isaac it goes to Jacob. Let's go to Romans 9 and 10.
Con, Romans 9 and 10. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac.
Even by what?
Even by our father Isaac.
You see that? Our father Isaac. All of the people that are at the Church of Rome called to be saints are descendants of Abraham, and they're descendants of Isaac. Read verse 13.
Con. For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed through the law.
No, read 9 and 13. 9 and 13.
9 and 13. Got you. Con. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
So we see that Esau, who is the only other son of Isaac, he is hated. All right. But this letter is written to those who are beloved of God, called to be saints. It can't be the Edomites, right? This letter is about the Israelites.
So now he said this because he believed Edomites are white folks, the natural Gentiles, he would say. And I believe the other guy might believe in that same craziness. That's what makes that. That's why it's going to take somebody like me to hop in this arena, because this guy right here, he ain't really qualified because he still buys into some of the One West doctrine. So he's like handicapped. Someone like me be like, yo, what does Edom got to do with these Gentiles? Because, like, oh, you trying to say they're white? All right, we got to go down that line. Why are Edomites white people? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just stupid. But if you already believe in that doctrine, what he's saying just makes so sense right now. It makes so much sense right now, which it doesn't. It's crazy. Edom are the white folks.
Through and through. All right, now, the context of Romans 11, right? It starts at Romans 8. Let's go to Romans 8 and 28. Read.
Con. And we know that all things work together for the good of them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose.
The called, right? Keep that in mind. Read.
For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his son.
5 minutes left.
That he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called. And whom he called, them he also justified. And whom he justified, them he also glorified.
Now, again, it said called. We have the called, the justified, and the glorified. These are all the people. Again, this is where the context starts. Read Isaiah 45 and 4.
Con, Isaiah 45 and 4. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me.
So we see here that Israel is the elect and Israel is the called. Let's get another witness. Isaiah 48 and 12.
Con, hearken unto me, O Jacob and Israel, my called.
My what?
My called.
My called. Jacob and Israel is the called. This is who was called. Read.
I am he. I am the first. I am the last.
Now, it said that these people were foreknew of God. Read Romans 11 and 2. Read 1 through 2.
Con, Romans 11, verse 1. I say then, hath God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. God hath not cast away his people, which he foreknew. Wot ye not what the scripture saith of Elias? How he maketh intercession to God against Israel, saying?
That's it on that, right? So we see that the foreknew are the Israelites, right? It says that they also was justified, all right? Now, we see through Numbers, the 23rd chapter, we see that the Lord told Balaam that he has not seen sin in Israel. But 2 chapters prior, in Numbers, the 21st chapter, verses 5 through 7, we see that Israel speaks against the Most High God and against Moses, and the Lord sends fiery serpents to bite them. And Israel asked Moses to pray for them to the Most High God because they have sinned. The Lord justified them in Numbers, the 23rd chapter, and saying that he has found no sin in Israel, but yet Israel did sin. That's what justification is, right? It says that they were also what? Glorified. Let's go to Isaiah 45 and 25.
Con. In the Lord shall all the seed of Israel be justified and shall glory.
Shall be justified in what?
And shall glory.
So we see that Israel is the justified. They are going to be justified, and they are the ones that are going to glory. Right now, let's go to Romans, the third, 8th chapter, verse 32. Read
Con.
that.
Romans 8, verse 32. He that spared not his own son, but delivered him up for us all, how shall he not with him also freely give us all things?
We see that the Lord's going to give us all things. It's the Israelites, right? All of these promises go to the Israelites. Now let's go to Romans, the 9th chapter, right? Because it gets even worse here in Romans 9. Go to Romans 9 and 1. Read that.
Con. I say the truth in Christ, I lie not, my conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I
That's my favorite
could
verse
wish
as
that
an
myself
Israelite.
were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises.
So we see that all of these things pertain or belong to the Israelites. The adoption. Romans 11 is about what? The grafting in or the adoption. The adoption belongs to the Israelites. It's no matter how you spin it, it belongs to them. It does not belong to anyone else. Read verse 5.
Con. Whose are the fathers, and of whom as concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen.
So again, this is the adoption. The adoption, all right, is for the Israelites, and all of this is predicated upon the promises that were given to the forefathers. And concerning the flesh, this is who Christ came to die for. Christ said in his own mouth, in
30
Matthew
seconds
15:24, that I have not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right? Let's read Galatians 4 and 4.
Con. Galatians chapter 4 and verse 4. But when the fullness of the time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law, to redeem them that were under the law, that we might receive the adoption of sons.
Again, the Israelites were under the law. They're the ones who's going to receive the adoption of sons.
Time.
All right, that was a good first round. Good first round. Good premises laid out. Let's continue this battle. Jeremiah, whenever you begin to speaking, Dominique, you got the time ready? You can flash your mic. Kawakan. Jeremiah, whenever you begin speaking, unmute yourself, and the time will start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, so nobody's arguing with any of that this brother just brought out. So I don't understand where he's going with that, right? So my thing is this. We have to understand the process, family. The process in the restoration of the children of Israel. If you believe that we are in captivity right now for the sins of our forefathers, that means that process is not yet complete. So we're looking at Romans, and we're going to have to go into the future after everything after Romans, after the time of the first century. We're going to have to examine these things, and we're going to have to look at these things and see, does history support that the northern kingdom will somehow benefit from the fall of the southern kingdom? That's what we're going to have to examine. And we're going to have to be honest with the text. Give me Romans 11 and 11.
Book of Romans chapter. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? Yah forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
So according to this brother, salvation has come to the Gentiles because of the fall of the Israelites. So that means that the fall of the Israelites.
That's a great point. I'm writing that one down. That is a great point right there. That's going to be my heavy hitter so far. That is a great point right there, I must say. Yeah, nothing else makes sense after that. Hold on. Just writing it down. Yeah, that was a great point.
Have granted now salvation is open to the northern kingdom. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense in your mind that the fall of the southern kingdom is now opened up for the northern kingdom to have salvation, which they already had, right? And the confusion comes in with this word salvation. Salvation embodies more than just being delivered from your enemies. How do I know this? Because the text is going to tell us, right? As we continue to read.
Verse 12.
Read it again.
Now, the fall of them be the riches of the world.
Salaki, I need you to finish up Romans 11, pick up at, but rather,
but rather, through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Verse 12. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness?
Who's the there? Who is the there? Right? That's what we have to answer. The there, according to this brother, is the southern kingdom. So let me get this straight. The Gentiles are now going to provoke, the northern kingdom is now going to provoke the southern kingdom to jealousy. And the northern kingdom is going to receive not just riches, not as if they traveled some other land and they dug a cave or they dug a hole and they got some gold out of there. And no, this must be connected. It must be directly connected to the downfall of the children of Israel, right? It must be connected to the downfall of the children of Israel. So when did the northern kingdom receive the riches and the wealth of the world? And why is not the northern kingdom going through the same hardship as the southern kingdom? Give me Jeremiah 50 and 33.
Look at Jeremiah in 30. Thus said the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together.
No. The northern kingdom oppressed the southern kingdom to provoke them to jealousy. Read it again.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together.
They were oppressed together. Okay?
Yeah, he got a better, stronger round right here. The first round was like nobody won. Nobody threw a punch. But right here, he's teeing off.
So what we need is some sort of historical reference that shows after the time period of the first century or around about that time, the northern kingdom came into Jerusalem and they started to oppress the southern kingdom, and they rose in power and they rose in wealth. That's what we need to see, because guess what? We see that from the Gentiles. Okay? So now when you go into the book of Josephus, it tells you about a king that was placed named Herod. Herod was placed as a puppet king over the children of Israel. And according to Josephus, Herod was an Idumean, okay, which is an Edomite, okay? So we see this oppression beginning upon the children of Israel, and what transpired.
I'm trying to think, this guy must be GOCC. Or maybe not. Like, what Israelite? The closest I could get this guy is GOCC. It's, when Joe CC first started, they had white people join. Like they had white folks, sitting there with their stuff. But I'm guessing they checked out when they seen how dumb he was. When they talked to him one-on-one and seen how dumb he was, they checked out because there's nobody white that I seen now. But they had white folks in there. They only is like Kent who recruited white folks. Got them to join.
Through those times, what transpired? Give me first Maccabees chapter 1. First Maccabees chapter 1, and start at the 43rd verse.
First Maccabees.
Start at 41.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Yeah, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath.
Right. So we see an oppressive state and foreign power coming into the land of Jerusalem, using oppression to forcibly change the laws of the land. Right? That was done by heathens. It was not done by the northern kingdom. Read.
Verse 44. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple.
So what is that? Well, what is that? That is oppression. Give me Romans 11 and 14 now. Okay? Romans 11 and 14.
If by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, and might save some of them.
Right. So Paul says he is the apostle of the Gentiles. He says, by any means that I may provoke to them the emulation which are my flesh. But wait a minute. The Gentiles, according to this brother, is the northern kingdom. Aren't the northern kingdom a part of Paul's flesh?
Hold on. That's a good point. Let me back that up.
Huh? Read.
Verse 15. For if the cat away.
Wait, I missed a chapter and verse.
Right. So we see an oppressive state and foreign power coming into the land of Jerusalem, using oppression to.
Hold on. Let me find a link. Oh, shit. All right, let me see. Go back.
We see an oppressive state and foreign power coming into the land of Jerusalem, using oppression to forcibly change the laws of the land. Right? That was done by heathens. It was not done by the northern kingdom.
Yo, what's up, Unbiased? Peace, man.
Verse 44.
Hey, he's making some really good points. These are points I wanted to bring up in my debate, but we didn't even get that far. When he said, if you go to verse 14 of Romans 11, when he said that I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, because Paul he says he's addressing the Gentiles. Let's assume they're Northern Israelites. Now, if that's true, he wouldn't have said them, which are my flesh, which is autos. He would have said, I think it's humin or humos, which is our, because they would be the same flesh. That's the point that I bring up time and time again. There's no way you could say, yeah, these Israelites are called Gentiles. That's fine, but that's why I always ask: are they Gentiles in the flesh or by custom? They will say by custom. All right. So when Paul makes a distinction of flesh, this would not include these Northern Israelites because they're Israelites in the flesh. So he made a really good point right there.
Yeah, he did.
For the king,
but he's one West too. Like he believe in the whole Esau, Edomite, white man.
See, I wouldn't have even noticed the way he's talking. I thought he was a Christian.
Yeah, like he believes white people be slaves, all type of weird stuff.
But that's like, funny because if he believed that, he would not be arguing this for Romans 11.
No. He explained why, because he's saying that Israel got to perform what they got to perform because a lot of Israelites don't deny white folks are coming to the kingdom. Some do. Some say they ain't coming, and some say they are coming. But some say they coming as slaves, and he's one of those right there. He said, no, I need them to come so they can serve me in the kingdom.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I was trying to pinpoint like what sect could he be from, talking like that, and I thought GOCC. I can't think of another group that would sound like him, but still be one West besides GOCC. But he sounds like he's even too aggressive for GOCC. So I'm like, what camp is he from?
Yeah,
he's making.
When was this debate? When did this happen?
3 years ago.
I was gonna say it sounded like he got some of my points. I've never heard anybody go to that verse 14 and pull that out on this debate. No, these are some good points he's making. Yeah, the way he was reading it, I thought he was a Christian when he was like when he was reading Jeremiah, and they do that thing where they misread it and then they read it correctly. I was like, oh, he's funny. But nah, he's one West.
Yeah, he one West.
That's funny.
I want his views on because he I don't know how to reach out to this guy, but I want what's your thoughts on the virgin birth? Because
man,
yeah, because he if he was against that, which he probably is, but he probably not. Who knows, right?
Yeah, he seems sensible in this debate. He seems sensible somewhat.
Yeah, but how you still think this whole Esau doctrine though? Like that makes you still retarded. It's like I try to give you some smart credit, but the fact you think white folks are Esau, like you're just retarded.
Had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple.
So what is that? Well, what is that? That is oppression. Give me Romans 11 and 14 now. Okay? Romans 11 and 14.
If by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, and might save some of them.
Right. So Paul says he is the apostle of the Gentiles. He says, by any means that I may provoke to them the emulation which are my flesh. But wait a minute. The Gentiles, according to this brother, is the northern kingdom. Aren't the northern kingdom a part of Paul's flesh? Huh? Read.
Verse 15. For if the away and be the reconciling of the world, what shall the receiving of them be but life from the dead?
So that's all of the children of Israel, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. When we look at the nations that benefited from the transatlantic slave trade, which we descend from, right? When we see the nations that benefit from them, we can look at the historical records and we can see this, right? So this is one historical record. It says, how did slavery help benefit the British economically? How did it benefit them? Some monarchs became bankers, and many new businesses were financed by the profits made from the slave trade. The slave trade played an important role in providing British industry with access to raw materials. This contributed to the increase in production of manufactured goods. Right? It says what countries benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. The major Atlantic slave trade nations ordered by the trade volume were the Portuguese, the British, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, and says had established outports in Africa on African coast where they purchased slaves from local African leaders. So we have Ham benefiting, we have Esau benefiting, and a multitude of other nations actually benefiting from the slave trade. It says, how did
What was that?
No, it came out. He's a Hebrew Israelite for sure. Yeah. So you got Esau benefiting.
Yeah, told you.
Hey, did you ever read that Romans 9 and 7?
I'm not sure what it says.
Let me read it real quick. And you can start this back up, because I think this is interesting. Romans 9 verse 6. Not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel which are of Israel. So I'll pose this question to them. I'll say, okay, those who are from Israel, he says, not all of them are all of Israel. So if all from Israel are not all Israel, who is all Israel then? Yeah. And I believe that's the question that Paul answers, and because he mentions all Israel only here and in Romans 11 verse 26, when he says, and so all Israel shall be saved. And remember when we read in Matthew 1:18 where it says, and the birth of Christ was on this wise?
Yeah.
That word wise is hutas, which is an adverb. It's showing you this is how Christ was born, because it's explaining something that's mentioned above. And that's the same word here when it says, and so all Israel shall be saved. Same word, the word so, same word. So it's explaining something that's mentioned above. So it's saying, as these Gentiles are grafted in to the olive tree, this is all Israel being saved, because all of Israel, as Paul already said, everybody from Israel is not all Israel. So he goes on to conclude that all Israel is part Gentiles, part Israelite. They couldn't follow that line of thinking when I tried to show that to them. I think it was too much for their brains at that time. But I thought that was interesting, because they'll say replacement theology, but Paul is telling you right here.
All right. I can't wait for Arroyo's rebuttal.
Profit from the slave trade. Britain, from 1630 to 1807, British slaves monarch made a profit of 12 million on the purchase of slaves.
You might as well skip his part, because he's going all over
and
the place.
the sales.
Yeah, it's history. Let me fast forward history bullshit.
30 seconds left.
Right.
Perfect.
All right, all praises.
Yeah.
Khan, all right. So I want everyone to pull to refresh, right? So again, this guy, he thinks he knows my position. He does not know my position. I do not teach that this is Southern Kingdom versus Northern Kingdom at all. That's not our position whatsoever. All right. This is about the Israelites who remained in Jewry, the Jews of Jewry, and everyone else who fell from that, including Southern Kingdom that were Hellenized during the time of the Greeks. This brother knows that the Greeks are the Southern Kingdom brothers.
Okay, so don't forget, he told. Now I don't know if he believed this at that time. Probably did. But I'm forgetting my debate with him on Israelite, the Gentile stuff. Can you say? I asked him at the very. My last question was, brother, are there any real? Well, I'm gonna use their term. I'm gonna use their terminology. I said, bro, are there any natural Israelites in the Bible? He said, I'm sorry, no. I said, brother, are there any natural Gentiles in the Bible? He said,
oh yeah.
He said, no. I said, so they are Israelites? I said, yeah. So he believes, at least now, all the Gentiles are Israelites.
Yeah, I remember that. Then that's funny that you asked that, because them talking so much about these Gentiles being Jews, that was going to be my ultimate question. Are there any Gentiles mentioned at all in the Bible that aren't Israel? That's funny. Yeah.
See, you got to ask. Like, he won't let me talk too much, but I knew. Look, I got a couple questions to ask him. That's going to like bury him in the future.
Yeah.
That consented to the religion of the Greeks. He brought it out in First Maccabees, right? So he's arguing something that I'm not arguing at all. I don't know where the hell he's going about this whole thing of oppression. This has nowhere in Romans 11 says anything about oppression, right? Read Romans 11:11 real quick.
Romans 11:11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy.
For to provoke them to jealousy. Who are these Gentiles? These Gentiles are the Israelites, right? Go to Genesis 35:11, right? Because again, it says salvation. This brother admitted that salvation is only for the Israelites, but yet is going against it because he's trying to argue a point that I'm a position against that I'm not making. I'm not making this position that he's arguing against. He's beating up a straw man. Bring that out.
And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee. And kings.
That word for nations, all right, is in the Hebrew is goyim, right? And guess what? It gets translated as Gentiles, all right, in the
Yeah, pause it.
What chapter is he
reading?
reading?
Notice?
No. What chapter
Genesis 20. I think he said Genesis. I think he meant Genesis 15.
Okay.
But it was he said Genesis 25. But it said a nation and a company of nations, because Abraham had many sons and a few different wives. So yes, before the time that Israel became a covenant people, they were known as Gentiles because they were a people. They weren't separated. But when they were separated, as in the time of Deuteronomy, when they talk about I will provoke them to jealousy, that's the context that's in. Now Israel is no longer a goyim in that sense. They're Israel. Like, is this dude slow?
Yeah.
They like to go jump all the way back out of context and be like, oh, well, this means this here. So, okay, so they're always Gentiles. No, they're Israel. Oh, okay, so they're just Israel. No, they're Gentiles. Like, bro, like, be quiet.
Yeah, the back and forth is hilarious.
Yeah, like, go sip your milk.
So, they were called Gentiles one time, so that's, it just
English.
Yeah, how about when the Gentiles were called Jews?
The New... Right.
Yeah.
So, Old and New Testament, right? And then in the Septuagint, that word that's used there is ethnos, the same word that's used for Gentiles in Romans the 11th chapter.
And he bugs me out. And that's why I paused it the first time, asked for a book, because I knew he's going to do it. He bugs me out how he goes to the Old Testament and talks about, in the Greek, it'll be called this. What are you talking about? This is Hebrew.
Yeah, he'll jump to the Septuagint when it helps him.
Right. That's ethnos, and see, and like you said, it's a dumb argument. So are they Gentiles, or what are you saying? Like, are they Gentiles? Are Israelites Gentiles?
So when the Gentiles are trotting Jerusalem underfoot, that's really Israel. Hey, look, we're gonna have to make up dumb arguments to show them how dumb their argumentation is if they take that extreme that there's no actual I don't think anybody takes that position that he takes.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, but if I had a conversation with him, I'd be like, so when the Gentiles tried Jerusalem underfoot, that's actually Israel trotting Jerusalem underfoot, and then all these other places talking about Gentiles in a bad notion, in a bad way. And dude. I hope I get another convo with him on this topic. I'm gonna cook him, bro. Medium rare.
But you got to find out because they got Clubhouse was way back 3 years ago. That's funny. I just heard about it. Wait, but you know what? Maybe that wasn't that long ago because I'm thinking like the pandemic kind of like fast forward time. Well, in my mind, like I'm missing two. I keep jumping ahead. I'm missing 2 years. So 3 years ain't really. That's like a year. It ain't 3 years to me. Like a year ago, because 3 years to me sound like so far away. It's like no, but the pandemic, stupid. Like a whole year, nobody even came outside.
Yeah, I just heard about Clubhouse about 2 years ago, honestly.
All right, let's get back to this clown.
After, right? So we see that out of Abraham shall come a company of nations, right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 32 and verse 21, because again, we're seeing the provocation unto emulation, the provocation unto jealousy. Let's see who that's about. Bring that out.
Deuteronomy 32 and 21.
My old boy said he ain't just one thing. I can't wait for the hot seat.
Even though the dude kind of did straw man his position,
jealousy.
It doesn't matter because he still has the proposition that those Gentiles are Israelites. So every point that he made is still valid. So I think he's going to brush over as if his arguments had no validity because they didn't specifically identify what
they
he
have
was
provoked
talking
me
about.
to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people.
Those that are what? Not a what?
Which are not a people.
Those which are not a people, right?
They make the whole
Isaiah 7 and 8.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, but you got to determine who's the
Isaiah chapter 7, verse 8. For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken,
it's
that
funny
it be
because
not a people.
That
they're running back in the Old Testament like God ain't fed up with Israel. It's like, you do know that you're rewinding time where God wasn't ultimately fed up with Israel yet. Like he was still giving them chances. So when you read Romans, God was fed up with Israel. Like, all right, listen, we're moving on. And so it's dumb to go back from there. So, but cause it's just like reminiscing the old days. Remember when black folks used to knock on each other's doors and ask for sugar and it was okay? But yeah, you're not doing that now. So why are we rewinding time, man? Like that's not helping solve anything today.
Yeah,
and
but even notice the context. Notice the context of Deuteronomy 32. If you go up to in verse 9, it tells you who the them is that he's going to be addressing. Them, they. Says, for the Lord's portion is his people, and Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He, the Lord, found him in a desert. So he's going to be the Lord in the him, and it's going to change to them in around verse 16. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. So they is still his people. Verse 21. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. So the they is still God's people, whether they're northern or southern, it don't matter. They're still God's people. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. He doesn't say, hey, I'm going to split you up, make part of you not a people and no longer my people, and they're going to move you to jealousy for some reason, even though they're your brethren. Stupid, man. Stupid.
And be happy at your fall.
Yeah, and it's funny because even if they claim that this is the interpretation, bro, not even the rabbis in the time of Christ understood it this way. You can look at the Targums. You can see even in the Septuagint what they thought about a lot of these passages. And if the Hebrew Israelites claim to come from those Jews and, you know, in the last 300, 400, 500 years or whatever, everything was mixed up, that's fine. But if they claim to come from those early Jews, they have to take their interpretation. They have to.
Right. Yeah, but that's the thing. No. They pick and choose and they mix up. They like DJs. They pick and choose and then they make their own mix. They sample.
Mm.
And make a whole new song. That's what they do.
I think I did look at
Ephraim be broken that it be
that not a people.
Not a people. Read on.
For the head of Syria and the head of Ephraim is Samaria. And
the head of Ephraim is what?
Samaria.
Uh-huh.
And the head of Samaria is Remaliah's son. If ye will not believe, surely ye shall not be established.
So we see.
Ain't that Deuteronomy 32?
No, this is he in Isaiah.
Isaiah, what chapter?
I'll just type in. I think it was resin he named.
Yeah, because on the iPad it's kind of hard to go back. I got to use my finger, and sometimes I go too far. Let me see. I go back. So I'm at 49:21. So I'm gonna go like to 47. I can't even see. Fingers blocking my damn.
Oh, I got it. It's Isaiah 7 and 8. That's what they were reading. Okay.
Is Remaliah's son. If ye will not believe, surely ye shall not be established.
So we see here that Ephraim is going to be cut off, that is not a people. And Ephraim represents Samaria. Samaria represents the northern kingdom. All right. So again, our position is that this is in reference to northern kingdom and southern kingdom Israelites who were not keeping the commandments. They were not tapped in with Jewry. They were not keeping the commandments. They were uncircumcised, whether through being forced to or them just consenting to the religion of the Greeks, right? This is what we're seeing throughout the history that's in the Bible, what we're seeing in the totality of scriptures. Because again, Romans 11 says that what? Salvation is coming unto these Gentiles. This brother admitted that salvation is only for Israel. So that means that what? That these people in Romans the 11th chapter are Israelites, because guess what? This entire letter, as we already established, was written to the church at Rome, called to be saints. These saints are the Israelites. Let's go to Romans 11 and verse 25. Let's get straight to the point.
For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceits.
So at everything that Paul is saying from Romans 11, all right, 1 and 2, all right, where he says that God has not cast away his people that he foreknew, all right, and then him going through all of this stuff about provocation to emulation and provocation to jealousy. We already proved who was going to be a people that's going to provoke the Israelites, right? A specific group of Israelites. It was the northern kingdom, right? It would also be the Jews who fell away from Jewry and not keeping the commandments, right? This is why Christ gave that parable of the prodigal son. The prodigal son left and went off and lived a righteous lifestyle. Guess what? He came back to the father, and the father welcomed him with open arms. But the older brother was what? Jealous. This is about northern and southern kingdom, not just northern kingdom, as this brother is trying to paint my position. He doesn't even know my position, and he's making an argument against it, and he's messing himself up. All right, let's read that again.
For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceits.
Read on.
That blindness in part has happened to Israel until
blindness
the fullness.
blindness in part has happened to Israel. Why? Because some of them were blinded to not believe on Hamashiach Yahushai. Hamashiach Yahushai is a stumbling block for some people. Isaiah the 6th chapter and verse 9 lets you know that the Lord will give them eyes that they see not and ears that they hear not.
He said his position wasn't that it was about the northern and the southern kingdom, yet he goes and reads Isaiah 7 and 8 that speaks about Ephraim. Ephraim was also called, this was a title for northern Israel, Ephraim. So he's going and reading that and showing that this is the people that will provoke everybody else, which is the southern kingdom, to jealousy. So that is his position. This dude is funny, man. This dude's funny.
right? So that they will not be saved. Okay? This is what's going on. Read on.
That blindness in part has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in.
Again, we prove that the Israelites will be considered Gentiles. Actually, let's get another witness on that. Let's go to Genesis 48. Actually, I'm going to grab it real quick. Genesis 48, and I'm going to read verse... Genesis 48 and verse... I'm going to start at... 19. It says, and his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people. All right. Manasseh is going to become a people, right? And it says, and he also shall be great, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Guess what that word for nations is? Goyim. Guess what it gets translated to in the Septuagint, in the Greek? Ethnos, which gets translated as Gentiles, right? So again, this is all about the Israelites. Paul.
Yeah, but guess what virgin get translated to in the Hebrew and the Septuagint? Virgin.
Facts. Yeah. Hey, what verse is he reading now? I'm kind of like sidetracked. He read something about Gentile.
I'm not sure either because I'm listening, but I'm also looking at 1 Corinthians 12:2 in the Greek.
Yeah, I'm telling you, hey, look at that host. It's modifying. Let me go to it. I'm reading it in. Hold up, I gotta pull out my King James. Ye know that ye were Gentiles carried away. So it's either modifying one of two places because you have two verbs in here. Ye were, or actually, no, that's the verb it's modifying. Actually, wait, no. Oh, okay, wait. It's modifying ye were led because this is ultimately going up to ye were. So let me pull out a diagram. But basically, it's saying like ye were as Gentiles because you were led after their idols. That would be a better way of translating it. All right, let me go check. Still cleaning. Okay, bring it down in the front room. Okay, go ahead. You can grab it. Just bring it down in the front room. Not in my room. Front room. What is this? Hey.
Oh,
all this Play-Doh everywhere, girl. You see what I was talking about?
No, I got something better, bruh.
Oh, what you got?
So, wait. Yeah, so that word is tricky because it's not always that something was you. Like, for example, it says, Jesus said, if you were blind, but they're not blind.
Mm-hmm.
This is hypothetical. You should have no sin. But now you say, we see, therefore you sin. It's a man. And look at John 15:19. If you were of the world would love his own. So it's hypothetical again. This isn't exactly what you are. This is if you were of the world. But it's a little tricky how it's used.
Yeah, it's tricky because when you try to translate, you got to be aware of everything else in there. So you got like pros, hoti, which are translated different ways depending on what's over there. But I think that adverb really makes it because even in other places where they say, "Oh, see over here they're called Gentiles," there's an adverb. Because when it calls Gentiles, it just says go and take this land from those Gentiles. It doesn't say go take the land from these people as they are Gentiles or Gentiles as they are oppressive or whatever. It just says Gentiles. But I think what you're saying with Jesus, there's that the conditional, because that word "ye were," that's a form of the being verb. Fine, stop crying. Go. Take it in the living room. Okay, go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the as though. Okay, I don't see the as. I don't see the adverb.
It's at the bottom. As ye were led, or it says even as. That's the word. It's translated from one word, which is whose.
Hold on. Okay, it's at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
Host.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the O sounding. What letter is that in Greek? Is that the Omicron?
No, that's the omega.
Yeah, omega. Yeah, so if it's omega, that means you got to make the O sound. That's why it's host.
No, it's whose. It's a long O. It's a like food. The other one is the short O. That's the ah. That's the quick one. I'm almost positive because when they do transliteration,
it's host. Like, because it got the long O. It got the little the dash.
Yeah, but the dash over it means that it's long. So like the O in food is a long O, but if I said fodder, which has one O, it would be an ah sound. That long.
But what I'm saying is the omega. When you see an omega, I don't know a time where it's not the pronunciation isn't like O.
Go in the living room with that.
Like it's going to be low, show, like that type of sound. The omega, low, show, no. And even the translation says, look the translation. Look at this. Hold on. Hey, press a button.
Let me see what he says on mine.
All right, look.
Strong's G 5613. Hosts.
Koji.
Hosts.
All right, you got it.
Yeah, the omega gonna be the O sound. All right. Anyway, that's the adverb.
Yeah.
And what does other translations say?
Let me see. I got the RSV. You know that when you were heathen, you were led astray to dumb idols. However, you may have been moved. You were led astray to dumb idols. However, you may have been moved. They got to look at that word whose, because I know hutas. I know what that is because I've seen that John 3:16, Matthew 1:18. I know what that is, but host is a different one.
Yeah, you ever look into like some Bible theory behind this verse? Like
Bible theory behind this verse?
Yeah. Like the scholars translate it.
How the scholars translate it?
Or explain it. It's not translate, but explain it.
No, there's one guy I go to very quickly, like when I'm trying to figure out what something's actually saying. He usually has good notes. Let me grab him off my bookshelf. Girl, you doing so much. Go in the living room. She is like on her bike on this pad in the hallway, waiting for me to open the door. Oh, some silly stuff. Corinthians. Oh man, he's the guy that doesn't have Corinthians. Well, he has a translation. I'm gonna see what he does there. This First Corinthians, right?
Yeah, 12. Yeah, and why is it neuter? The Gentiles.
Women and men.
Yeah, I thought so. That was my first thought.
But sometimes it's masculine and it's women and men as well. I think there has to be another word in there that'll clarify why it's in the neuter. Because sometimes it's just because of word usage. All right.
A yellow cupcake, white frosting, a green cupcake with white frosting, and a pink cupcake with.
Man, it been so long. I forgot to work blue letter. I'm over here telling you.
So you were led away apagenomai, or no, apagomenomai. I don't even know. Whatever. Says the copula at the. I think it's interesting that it's were. Because when you look at it, that verb, you know that when. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Oh, there it is.
It's very interesting.
Imperfect. Yeah, it's imperfect. So were is, I don't know if that's a good translation. It would be, because were entails that it's in the past and it's complete and it's not so anymore. But if it's imperfect, imperfects. Hold up, in the beginning was okay. Yeah, I guess they sound like past tense. That makes sense. The imperfects are tricky for me in translation. Just in Greek, not in Hebrew. Hebrew's easy.
Yeah, I gotta look at this, really look at this. All right, let me play this clown.
Does not want you to be confused in your own conceit. He wants you to not be bewildered by this mystery that what? Read on in Romans 11.
And so all Israel shall be saved.
And so what?
And so all Israel shall be saved.
At the end of all of this stuff that Jeremiah is over here trying to paint falsely, all right, through everything that Paul is saying, guess what? All Israel is going to be saved. Why? Because the scriptures say that all Israel shall glory and shall be justified. Let's get that in the book of Isaiah. Go to Isaiah chapter Salakia. Go to Isaiah 45 and verse 25.
Con. In the Lord shall all the seed of Israel be justified and shall glory.
All the seed of Israel is going to be justified and shall glory. All, right? Every single last one of them. Why? Because in the kingdom, the Israelites will be freed from the hand of their enemies. They will be on top of all of the nations. We read about this in Isaiah, the 2nd chapter, where all nations are going to flow unto Israel. Paul does not want you to be ignorant of this mystery that all Israel is going to be saved. Why? Because salvation pertains unto the Israelites. The adoption also pertains to the Israelites. Now, let's go back to Romans 9. Let's go to Romans 9. All right, and let's go to verse 24, I believe is what I want.
Con. Even us whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles.
Also of the Gentiles, right? These same Gentiles. Read.
As he saith also in Oseh.
As he saith also in Osee or Hosea. Read.
I will call them my people, which were not my people.
I will call them my people, which were not a people. Again, it was prophesied that they will be provoked by a people who are not a people, right? Read on.
And her beloved, which was not beloved.
Uh-huh.
And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
There they should be called the children of the living God. Read on.
Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. Though the
That's it on that, right? Now let's go to see what he's quoting. Let's go to Hosea 1 in verse 9. Because Paul says this is written in Hosea.
30
right? This
seconds
coming
left.
together of the Jews and the Gentile is about this. Read.
Then said God, call his name Lo-Ami, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God.
Read verse 10.
Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God.
Read.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of judgment.
That's time. That's time.
Damn,
Hey
we let him finish reading
man,
the scripture.
respectfully, man,
Right.
for the audience's sake, I would petition for another 10-minute round for each of us to go into this information more, and then go into the 20-minute back and forth. It's totally up to you, brothers, but for the sake of the audience, I believe another 10-minute rounds will actually help.
What do y'all think?
I don't believe so.
Moderated.
No.
Yeah, Orion said no.
yeah. That's crazy.
A straight coward, yo.
Because they brought out a lot of different stuff that he clearly is like, okay, if I'm gonna address all of this, I need time. Otherwise, yeah. I think the way he framed it was better though. This should be for the audience.
Orion said no.
I agree.
Hold on 1 second, Cap. What is your position?
I was going to say, I believe the gentlemen met prior to the debate to discuss the parameters of the debate, correct? Then no.
That's Captain. Like, Captain, stop it. Because even you debate.
He just agreeing with Arila.
Yeah. Because even he debates, like, he's like, okay, I don't care. Let's go.
Yeah.
My man said no. But they're gonna title it "He Destroyed Him." Like, dude, how you ran from a like that's like me running vertebrae. Hey, it's one more round. All right, like I get to kill you more.
Yeah.
But no, I'm good.
You can use that time in a 20-minute rebuttal, because now you get to grill him for 20 minutes and he gets to grill you for 20 minutes. Because you've already agreed upon it, we can't modify him on the fly. That should have been worked out before the debate happened.
Bro, y'all
That's
in
my
Clubhouse.
stance.
Right.
Right, I have a similar stance. I have a similar stance as well. Usually we do the debates first round, second round, 5 minutes, and then we do the 20 minutes in the third round, having a 64-minute debate.
Yeah.
But upon Jeremiah's request, we did a 10-minute first round and 10-minute second round, which pushed the time to
he requested, so they changed it around. And come on, man. So
look how Captain hopped on Arila's meat, and then the next dude hopped on Captain meat.
Yeah.
Like, bruh, y'all need to chill, bruh. Too much glazing going on.
A lot. How much glazing you got? A lot.
84-minute debate. So we already adjusted the time for your sake, brother. And that's what both of you brothers had a lesson scheduled for. Once we do the hot seat rounds and we conclude with the 20-minute builds, then we always open the floor for the two people that's actually debating to continue a conversation and or bring other people up after that. So no, I don't think another 10-minute round would suffice.
All right, no worries, man. I appreciate you, brothers, man.
I don't think another 10, but this shit 2 hours though.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
so hold up. So they got 20 minutes. So how does it go for 2? So it should be over in a few, right? How do things stretch for 2 hours?
In theory.
That's weird, yo.
Appreciate you as well, Jeremiah. Yawasop, you got the floor.
I hate, bro. Y'all was
All right, so
annoying,
now we're
bro.
gonna go into these 20 minutes hot seats.
He's a clown.
I'm looking forward to this.
He is, bro.
Jeremiah, you're gonna put Ariella on the
You
hot
debated
seat
him,
first.
right?
Make sure y'all
But
take
it's a whole
advantage of
bunch
it.
of them niggas. But I debated. I don't know which one this is. Is that because the one I debated, Yawasop, light skinned dude. I'm not sure if that's him because there's 2 Yawasops. But I'll show the one I beat up after this.
So yeah, man, I'm excited. Yeah.
2 minutes.
Starts with you, Jeremiah.
Block it. 2-minute responses. 2
Right.
minutes.
Cabo Khan.
2-minute responses, and although Ariella will be on the hot seat, and then Jeremiah will be on the hot seat.
So I was saying the hot seat because I seen the hot seat with Riley before, and like he abuses it. The hot seat should be it's like an interrogation, or I'm sorry, it should be like a cross examination, right? Like lawyers. I should be able to give this guy so the hot seat is pretty much the most critical point of the debate. You should be able to ask 3 or 5 of your most important questions you need to ask to win the debate, right? So you need to ask your 3 or 5 top most important questions. And then when he gives an answer, right? He gives an answer to all 3, all 5. Now the 20-minute hot seat, you get to like respond to his answers, like hold him to his answers. That's how it should be. The hot seat for Ayala, he just filibusters on answers. He talks because it's 20 minutes, so he's gonna just waste your time. That's why it should be your top 3, top 5 important questions that you think that's gonna get you the nod for the win of the debate. And then you get 20 minutes to grill him on his answers. That's how it should be.
Be mindful of giving the 2 minutes to answer. So, and let's keep the decorum that's been going back.
Girl, see, that's not good. See, 2 minutes to answer, bro. So 10 answers. I mean, it's over. He's over. So I asked him but the answer could be as simple as 15 seconds. But Arila is going to take the whole 2 minutes, so you don't have more questions.
I just want to remind everybody of the penalties
so then you can't
and the rules that were stated in the beginning of the debate.
But then you can't rapid fire your questions, because if you answer one quick, you got another one. Yes, you might ask 100 those 20 minutes, but he's going to take the whole 2 minutes just talking, ranting. So now you're limited to just 10 questions. If you do that 10 times, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Khan, I also want to add, during the 20-minute hot seat that Jeremiah will have Ariella on the hot seat. Ariella, you cannot answer a question with a question. You must answer it with an answer, meaning yes or no, your own words, or with a Bible.
I'm surprised
scripture.
they put this in here because they love answering.
You cannot answer with a question. And same thing, Jeremiah, when you're on the hot seat, you cannot answer with a question. You must answer with an answer. That's yes or no, using your own words or a Bible verse. The choice is yours. Y'all, what's up? And Dominique, let's get the clock going.
Khan, you got the clock, right, Dom? All right, Jeremiah, the time starts when you pose your first question.
They got me quick as hell.
Bro.
He just dipped off. Give him some time to come back. There he goes.
No problem. Jeremiah, are you ready?
Yeah.
Bro,
I get, what is this, 10 minutes?
No, you get 20 minutes to question.
Oh, okay.
Ariella. And you have a serious echo. I believe it's because of the simul streaming that you may be doing. So it's going to be kind of tough for you to kind of do it back and forth. So when you ask your question, you must immediately mute so the answer can come out, just to make sure it's clean.
And again, you guys get 2 minutes to respond to each question that's answered.
You don't have to utilize the whole 2 minutes, but it's 2 minutes max.
Okay, I'm ready.
The clock will start when you are ready.
All right, so in Romans chapter 11, verse 11, I need to know, who are these Gentiles in Romans 11 and 11 who will provoke, and who will they provoke? Because you muddied the water. You say you're not saying that it's the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. Then I need to know who these Gentiles are, and then I need to know in verse 12, those Gentiles who you say that they are, how did they become rich and obtain the riches of the world because of the salvation which was given to them in Romans 11?
Okay, so this is very simple. These Gentiles are both northern and southern kingdom Israelites.
Oh shit!
Oh man,
So it's both
it is
now.
okay. So it's both now. That's crazy.
That's the first I ever heard that.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, the debate I was playing yesterday with the one guy.
Hey, you got to make a playlist of the Romans 11 debate and share it with me, because it's hard for me to find them, like the Hebrew Israelite ones.
Yeah, man. The guy yesterday said the Gentiles were like the unfortunate, the like lower class Jews, Israelites. That's how he worded it. And he said the upper class Pharisees, Sadducees, they were like called Israel. But this guy said is both of them. Dang.
All right. You know that the Israelites of the southern kingdom became Hellenized and became known as the Greeks. If you look at my PTR, right, you see the word that's used for Greek. Paul uses this in Romans, the 2nd chapter, right? A Greek is anyone who is of a Greco culture, all right? And in the broader sense, any person that came under the influence of the Greeks, right? And
yes, wait. You got to watch this guy. He be cherry picking. Let me go back.
Shit's clean.
And again, you guys get 2 minutes to respond.
Because of the salvation which was given to them in Romans 11.
All right, hold on. Let me timestamp this. He said both. I got to timestamp this shit. I might see him in the future. Yeah, because they want to beat me so bad now. They would love to, like, you see how they ignore me? Like, let me take a debate where they think the topic favors them. Or they be like, yeah, come on.
Yeah, bro. Like, if you call on it, or like if you get them on or whatever, like, yeah, we debating the virgin birth. Oh, I don't want to debate that. I heard Romans 11 is a little popular. I'm kind of new to it. Let's look at that.
Or if I want to debate guys not a racist, oh yeah, call him bias. Here's my cell phone number. All right, hold on. I'm just writing down this debate, timestamping it, because this is going to be hilarious. Yeah, he made them say that they're both Gentiles. Oh, I'm gonna nickname is Trans. Thanks for writing that long ass Ryla. Trans. Said, and my pen will be around the English. Both are Gentiles.
I'd be like, man, your name is Mariah, but everybody know it used to be Asia, bro. Chill out.
I'm calling trans, and he probably wouldn't know why.
Okay, so this is very simple. These Gentiles are both northern and southern kingdom Israelites. All right. You know that the Israelites of the southern kingdom became Hellenized and became known as the Greeks. If you look at my...
Okay, so he said southern Israelites.
He used a word that Paul is not using in Romans 11.
Of course not.
If you pay attention. Oh yeah, here's a word that Paul doesn't use in Romans 11 at all. He uses it in Romans 2, but I feel like subconsciously he's applying this over here to Romans 11.
Yeah, Paul said nothing about Greeks just now. Okay.
You know, I'm gonna say, you know, because over in Esther the Gentiles were called Jews. I think Paul subconsciously was using that when he was talking about Israel.
Yeah.
So when he's talking about Israel, he's actually talking about actual non-Jews.
Right. Hellenized. He said southern Israelites are Hellenized Gentiles.
Bruh, my wife got me really good at folding clothes. She fold them a different way. I used to fold them like a dude, bruh.
Me, I'm horrible.
I'm folding them like I'm back in the military.
I'm horrible folding clothes, man. I'm the worst.
Bro, when you join the military, you get good at folding clothes because they have like locker inspections like every like 2 weeks, and you have to have all your stuff folded a certain way. Like you get points off if there's creases and stuff. Like it's, man, we used to kind of have fun with it. Not gonna lie.
TR,
like
right?
There's a way.
You see the word that's used for Greek. Paul uses it.
No, I was gonna say there's a way we used to fold our socks, and we would see who could fold them the best, where they were like as hard as a ball, basically throwing them. And bro, we used to do stupid stuff, man.
One second. Okay.
This in Romans, the 2nd chapter, right? A Greek is anyone who is of a Greco culture, all right? And in the broader sense, any person that came under the
he just went from Gentiles to Greeks.
Yeah, and
influence of the Greek.
He's saying Greek in general, but there's like a bunch of different words translated as Greek, which have different meanings. So he's pulling from that invisible BDAG that's $1,000 again.
yeah. So he likes to go to the Greek because he thinks nobody studies it. So he got to take his word.
Mm-hmm. That's I swear
right.
I think that's why he don't want to do he didn't want to do a part 2 with me. I swear that's why. Because he knew he was not gonna get that over on me.
Yeah, did you know I offered him money for part 2? Now the money was never gonna I wasn't gonna debate under those conditions. But I just wanted to see how scared he was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
he scared. How much did you put up? How much you say you was gonna put up?
Man, probably 100, but he still said no.
You debated him when you weren't even like up there.
Yeah.
That's how good just like your natural debate tactics are in general.
Yeah, I knew nothing of some Greeks. Like, Greek, what's that?
Yeah. No, but even if you don't know stuff, if you know how to ask questions, that can still stumble people.
And especially if you're you're on the winning side, that's a bit of a confidence. Like, all right, whatever he's saying, I know it's just sorcery because I know I'm on the winning side.
Yeah.
But I got him good with this Sheshan. That nigga went crazy. All right.
That you will see a book. It's called Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews by Victor Cherikover. All right. And on this page, it shows that the Jews, which is the southern kingdom, that they abandoned Jewry. All right, abandoned the customs of the Jews to be assimilated into the Greco world. So they were called Greeks. They were called Gentiles by the Southern Kingdom Israelites. So anyone that was not checking in with Jewry was considered.
Did he just read that out of the book he saw quote unquote has? He just said, okay, listen to what he said. He said, on this page, it says this. And then he went on to say something else that I can guarantee is not in that book. Right? You see how much like just misuse stuff? Like just read the quote.
Yeah. Right.
And like like you said, he gonna go on for 2 minutes talking about a whole lot of nothing. That's crazy.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I found something. So hold on.
He's okay, Violet.
Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna stop this one. I'm gonna come back to this one. I just seen something that's only 3 minutes long. Right here.
All praise to the Most High, Yahweh Shai. How to cut Romans 11:13 in 3 minutes. Romans 11:13. For I speak to you Gentiles, inasmuch as I am the apostle of the Gentiles. So a Christian will use this text to say Gentiles can receive salvation, ignorant of the fact that there's two types of Gentiles in the New Testament, just like there's two types of strangers in the Old Testament. It's not a New Testament concept. It's actually a Hebraic Old Testament concept. Here's Leviticus 25:35. And if thy brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger. Verse 36. Take thou no usury of him. Deuteronomy 23:20. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon him usury. Now, is there a contradiction in the Bible? Absolutely not. One stranger you cannot commit usury on, and another stranger you can commit usury on. It's the same with the New Testament. Acts 2:5. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, keyword Jews. Look what the Bible calls these Jews. Acts 2:9, Parthians, Medes, Elamites. Now let's watch Paul identify in all his letters that they are in fact Israelites. Psalms 50:5, gather my saints, keyword saints, together unto me.
But he's going to Psalms. He's going way back to Psalms to show you saints always means Israelites. That's crazy.
Those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. That you can only be a saint if you were a part of that old covenant, making a sacrifice. Those in the wilderness with Moses.
You can only
wait, what did he say? What did he say?
Together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. That you can only be a saint if you were a part of that old covenant, making a sacrifice.
What was that?
Those are the saints, those who have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. You know how many Gentiles sacrifice to God? Look at for one Job. Look at Job's friends, but look at also some of the who was it? There was some other ones in the Old Testament. So if it's just sacrifice, then Gentiles can be saints. Hey, go back to that. I want to see what verse that was. I'm about to write that down.
Yeah. I'm trying to write it down too.
Unto me,
thank you.
That have
yeah, they always end up arming me with their. I always got to say it, so when they use it, I use it too. Like,
yeah.
Okay. But weren't the Hebrews that was dwelling with Israelites sacrificing and doing all the Sabbath stuff?
It was he said it was Psalms.
No, I said during the time of the Jews that way back, I think dealing with Abraham. Everybody every heathen who sojourned with Jews had to take on, the same
sacrifices.
Ritual.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep, those are the strangers, and I think you might want to do a word study on Blue Letter, see how many different words are translated as stranger, foreigner, sojourner. You're gonna come to see that there's one that's ged in the Hebrew, and that's always someone who's part of the nation of Israel, but they're not an Israelite. So when he was reading that you can't usurp a stranger that's your brethren, he's assuming that brethren means Israelite. So he's putting that assumption in there. That's not what the text says. It's just calling. Wait, hold up. It's calling the stranger that dwells with Israel and partakes in the customs and the rituals. It's calling them a brother. And then it says you can charge usury to which is interest. You can charge that to a stranger. That's a different word for stranger. Go ahead and check that out, man. I like that he brought that up. That's a good comparison. But not in his favor though. Not in his favor. Yeah, no, that actually just killed his position. Everything he's saying is just
with me by sacrifice. That you can only be a saint if you were a part of that old covenant, making a sacrifice. Those in the wilderness with Moses. Romans 1:7. To all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints. Romans 4:1. What shall we say then? That Abraham, our father, as pertaining to the flesh. Paul is letting the Romans know that their father is Abraham as pertaining to the flesh, not spiritually. 1 Corinthians 10:1. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant how that all our fathers were under the cloud and passed through the sea. Why is Paul writing to the Corinthians, letting them know that their forefathers were in the wilderness with Moses? 1 Corinthians 12:2. You know that you were Gentiles. You can't just stop being a Gentile. It says you were Gentiles. How? Because you were carried away unto these dumb idols. Gentiles are non-Israelite nations. They're not Gentiles because they worship idols. They're Gentiles because they're non-Israelite nations. But these Gentiles were Gentiles because they worship idols.
All right, so he contradicted. All right.
Wait. Go back 5 seconds. He said something. He's about to cut himself.
Idols. Gentiles are non-Israelite nations. They're not Gentiles because they worship idols. They're Gentiles because they're non-Israelite nations. But these Gentiles were Gentiles because they worship idols. Colossians 1:21. Yet now hath he
said these Israelites were Gentiles because they worshiped idols.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And they weren't Gentiles because they worship, like he says, Gentiles were a people. They weren't Gentiles because they worship idols. They were Gentiles because they were a people. Yeah, 100%. Nobody's disagreeing with you.
Yeah, but he's saying these Gentiles who are actually Israelites are only Gentiles. So the Israelites are Gentiles because they worship the idols.
Right. So he's saying they're not Gentiles in the flesh. He's saying they're only Gentiles as they worship the idols.
Yeah.
Correct. So when you get over to Romans 11 and he says, them which are my flesh, if I'm speaking to you, like I put this so simple to other Hebrew Israelites. If I'm saying something to you and I'm addressing you and I say, hey, Ron, me and you, we're going to go meet up with them at the basketball court. You're not a part of that them, right? They're separate.
Yeah.
But if I say, hey, Ron, we're going to go meet up with our team, then you're a part of that group because I've included not only myself, but you as well. But when Paul says my flesh, he's excluding the Gentiles. If he wanted to include them, he would have said our flesh. They can't get away from that. And I'm glad that Deacon is making this very clear.
Walked with God in the first place in order to come back to him. Now here, Paul identifies the Galatians as Israelites. Galatians 4:22. For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by the bondmaid, the other by the free woman. The bondmaid is Hagar, the other is Sarah. Verse 26. But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all. Their foremother being Sarah. Revelation 11:1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of God. Let's see if Gentiles can be a part of the spiritual temple. Verse 2, but the court which is without the temple, leave out and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. So the actual Gentiles can't even be a part of the spiritual temple.
All right, so let's go back.
Which is the southern kingdom, that they abandoned Jewry, all right, abandoned the customs of the Jews to be assimilated into the Greco world. So they were called Greeks. They were called Gentiles by the Southern Kingdom Israelites. So anyone that was not checking in with Jewry was considered a Gentile. Okay, and these individuals are those that are getting this salvation through
1
the
minute
fall of
left in the
some of the Southern
response.
Kingdom brothers who did not believe, because we had people, of course, like Nicodemus, all right, Paul, all right, Caiaphas, all right, who believed on Yahushua, but there was many such as Ananias and the other chief priests and some of the scribes and Pharisees that did not believe. It's through their fall that now the prodigal son, all right, that you read about in Luke the 15th chapter, that those individuals can come back, as well as the northern kingdom that were scattered abroad, even in that part of the world.
Okay. I asked you about verse 12 also, and if those who you say they are the Gentiles, when did they receive the riches of the world through the fall, because of the fall of the
That's a terrible question.
other people who you're saying the other people are?
Okay,
That's a terrible question.
Let me go to Romans 11 and 2. Hold on 1 second. My app is crashing. If you can
Dude,
pause the time real
that's
quick,
a
Don.
terrible
Hold on 1
question,
second.
because he's gonna
Salakia.
take so much time. He can go anywhere he wants. Like, that's
Let's
a terrible
go to Romans 11. Let's read 11 and 12 real quick, right?
Guys
For
like
some
this, you just got to
context.
keep them
It
focused.
reads, I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation has come unto the Gentiles. I prove who the Gentiles are, for to provoke them to jealousy. Again, I proved in my last round that it was prophesied unto Moses that the Lord was going to provoke them with a foolish people, all right, who will be not a people. We prove who not a people are in Hosea 1 and 10 and 11, as well as Isaiah 7 and 8, right? Now, verse 12 says, now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? So, again, the salvation, being saved or being offered, all right, the opportunity for salvation, that grace to come back, that redemption, all right, they're going to receive the riches of the world. What's that world? That world is the world of Israel. They're being brought back into the commonwealth, all right, of Israel. That word for world in Romans 11 and 12 is cosmos. Cosmos, and that's the same word that's used in John 3:16 that we know is in reference.
He's gonna say, "Oh, well, actually, let him finish his point and then pause it."
To Israel, pursuant to Isaiah 45 and 17. Right.
Yeah,
so
I knew
again,
it.
that
He's an idiot.
salvation, that's that richness that they're going to receive by the fall of those that did not believe.
45 and 17. Since he wants to do this, we can do it as well. If you pull out the Septuagint, which I'm about to pull it out, we're going to go over to Isaiah 45 and 17. I'm going to show you this. Isaiah. Oh, man, Roman numerals are killing me. 43, 45. Okay. Oh, okay. So he says cosmos, which we know is in reference to Israel, because if you go to John 3:16, that's in reference to Israel, and that is pointing back to Isaiah 45 and 17. Now, this is how it translates in the Septuagint. I'm going to show you the word for world here. It says, Israel is saved by the Lord with an everlasting salvation. They shall not be ashamed nor confounded. In the Septuagint, it says forevermore. In the King James, it says world without end. And they say that's the world in John 3:16, the cosmos. But they're idiots. I'm telling you why. Because there's two words that are translated for world. One is cosmos. The other is aion. Aion or aeon has to do with time, not people, has to do with time. So if you look at the Septuagint, how they translate the Hebrew olam, which is world, in Isaiah 45:17, they have the word ionos. Ionos, same word as aeon, has to do with time. So oh man, I would decimate that right there. Because dude, that's the dumbest comparison that they could make. They make it time and time again, and it just shows that they claim to study. He claims to study. Oh, let's go to Septuagint. This word's used here. Da, da, da. Okay, let's go to Septuagint here. Oh wait,
yeah.
Arila, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that was funny. I knew exactly where his point was going to land too. That's hilarious.
All right, let's go.
It says, and the riches of the Gentiles. And the riches of the Gentiles. Okay? Because you said it's the riches of the of coming back into the truth. But what about the riches, the physical wealth of the Gentiles?
Oh yeah, he's lost.
What do you? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking.
Can you restate your question clean, please?
Yes.
I don't know how.
There's an additional riches that is being mentioned in Romans 11 and 12. The riches of the world and the riches of the Gentiles. Okay? So
if this guy wants to come on the channel, we can teach him how to ask questions, because this is
did these Gentiles get those riches to provoke the other people who you're saying the other people are? When did they get it to provoke them to jealousy, as the scripture says? That's a clear question.
It's like he's trying to figure out
So
what the
again,
text
you're
says by
thinking
accident.
that this is in reference to physical riches. No, it's not physical riches. All right, the riches, all right, is what of that salvation that they're receiving. Again, let's read it. It says, "I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy. For if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness?" Again, through them falling, now the Gentiles get this richness. What's that richness? That salvation that you read about in verse 11. All right, let me read verse 12 in the New Living Translation. It says, "Now if the Gentiles were enriched because of the people of Israel turned down God's offer of salvation, think how much greater a blessing the world will share when they finally accept it." Right? Who's the they? The Jews, right? So again, you're thinking this is physical riches,
he
like,
got cut up
oh,
by the
well, we
translation.
enslaved the Israelites. Now we've gotten rich. We've built all these
You see
kingdoms.
how
No,
he
it has
stumbled a little
nothing
bit?
to do with this, because again, this letter is a letter to a specific people, all right, which would include these Gentiles that are at this church who are receiving what? This salvation, all right, the opportunity to be saved or brought back or redeemed through Christ's blood, which was only shed for the Israelites.
Okay, so in Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1, Salakia, Isaiah 61 and verse 6, and it reads, "But ye shall be named the priest of the Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our God. Ye shall eat the riches. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles. In their glory shall ye boast yourselves." So you're telling us that the children of Israel are not going to receive any type of physical wealth from monetary gain from the Gentiles when Isaiah 61 and 6 says otherwise. Also Isaiah chapter 60, right? Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 5 says otherwise. Then shall shall see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles, the word forces means wealth. The word forces means wealth of the Gentiles shall come upon thee. So these scriptures are talking about a physical wealth and benefit that the children of Israel will receive at obtaining it from the Gentiles. Not just some spiritual thing where you're just going to just get spiritual treasures. No, you're going to get physical wealth. And the reason you can't answer the question is because you have no historical reference of any other southern kingdom that is living in a Gentile state of mind, or a northern kingdom that's living in a Gentile state of mind. All of a sudden now the southern kingdom is jealous because the northern kingdom is receiving spiritual wealth. Now,
why you say that?
He's not even, look, he's arguing the wrong points. And this is where, even though his beginning was good, the fact that they like to go on rabbit holes is where he's getting caught. He's on a rabbit hole that it's not going to be the make or break of the debate.
Right.
Like, you know, he's arguing over what riches means, but he needs to be arguing over flesh. He was on the right, man, I thought he was going to be on the right track when he went to that verse 13.
Yeah.
But he falling off right now. Let's see if he just drops his point and goes to the next, honestly.
I don't know why he ain't keep him on the flesh thing. And like, how that makes sense for Israel to fall in the other side like a seesaw.
They're jealous because
they're brothers. Now you're getting into history, and you can go anywhere and say, oh, if I wanted to argue that they already got riches, I would be like, oh, when the southern kingdom came out of captivity, they were helping the northern kingdom out. I could say that, you know, and just quote some random Joe Schmo scholar, and it'll be good to go. They don't care whose credentials or what, as long as they got a book published.
Because their brother is receiving physical wealth. My question is the physical wealth that's coming from the Gentiles.
Okay, so again, this is what you're doing, right? First and foremost, this is a letter written to a specific people at a specific time. Paul's not writing you or giving you prophecy in Romans, the 11th chapter, or all throughout Romans. He's showing you how prophecy has come to pass from the previous prophets, right? But what you're going to Isaiah 60, Isaiah 61, this is eschatological prophecy, end-time prophecy. And those Gentiles are different. They just are. Right? Now, let me read this real quick. This is Matthew 13:44. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found, he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath and buyeth that field. Right? So coming into this truth, coming into the knowledge that guess what? We're going to receive the kingdom if we keep faith in Christ. All right, if we keep the commandments and we come back to our nationality, guess what? We'll receive that treasure. This is the treasure that we have, right?
Where the guy say,
when
come
we look
back
at
to
Revelation
2
and 9, right? It says,
funny,
I know thy works and thy tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. Rich in what? We're in poverty. We're rich in what? Faith in the spirit and the promises that were given to us.
1 minute left.
In Romans, the 9th chapter that lead up to Romans, the 11th chapter. Romans 11 is and 11 and 12 is not about physical riches. Am I saying that the Israelites are not going to receive the riches of the Gentiles of the other meaning the other nations, natural Gentiles? I'm not saying that. They're not. They're definitely going to get that because I believe in all things written in the law and the prophets. And so does Paul. So again, Paul is not giving that to other people because other people are going to be giving us their riches. That's your problem.
Well, that's really ridiculous, man, because these so you're telling us that because of the other people have access to spiritual gifts and coming back into the fold, now the other people are jealous of that when it was prophesied in Ezekiel 37 for the children of Israel to become one stick and come back together. And Christ sent the disciples out telling them, go not in the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So anybody that's living outside of this truth, outside of the belief in the Most High and the Mashiach Yahushua are lost. So that was the mission that was sent. They were sent to go get them. So why would they be jealous because they got to go get them? That doesn't make any sense. All right. I want to deal with this verse 17. Yeah, I'm finna ask a question, but you ain't supposed to be talking while I'm talking, bro.
Well, technically,
right?
you.
What was that? Oh, here they go. Wait, I want to hear. I want to hear the technical thing.
You asked a question, so like I stopped the time. So when the thing is about the Q&A is that when you ask a question, he's supposed to be able to respond. So you want to limit.
No, not respond. Answer. So he can't ask a question. You just said that. You just said, yo, I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
You can't ask a question with a question, but he never said anything. Technically, he never said anything about you can't ask rhetorical questions. So they're gonna fight about this. I already see.
No.
Let me answer.
The guy answering cannot ask a question. That was the rules. Watch.
Truth coming into the knowledge that guess what? We're going to receive the kingdom if we keep faith in Christ. All right, if we keep the commandments and we come back to our nationality, guess what? We'll receive that treasure. This is the treasure that we have, right? When we look at Revelation 2 and 9, right? It says, I know thy work.
Yeah, did you know Dr. Brown got a debate on this? Romans 11.
Oh, for real? Oh, I gotta watch that.
Yeah.
I
was watching a little bit of that.
I love watching the scholars actually throw in on it because, honestly, they will save me some study time sometimes.
Yeah, matter of fact. All right, so I want to hear this.
In thy tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. Rich in what? We're in poverty. We're rich in what? Faith in the Spirit and the promises that were given to us.
1 minute left.
In Romans, the 9th chapter that leads up to Romans, the 11th chapter. Romans 11 and 12 is not about physical riches. Am I saying that the Israelites are not going to receive the riches of the Gentiles, of the other meaning the other nations, natural Gentiles? I'm not saying that. They're not. They're definitely going to get that because I believe in all things written in the law and the prophets. And so does Paul. So again, Paul is not giving that to other people because other people are going to be giving us their riches. That's your problem.
So now he said, these riches are physical. Now they are physical.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Now they both lost, bro. Bro, this is what happens when idiots debate, bro.
Yeah, one West guy.
Like, bro.
That's really ridiculous.
All right, hold on.
Man, because so you're telling us that because of the other people.
See, that's a question. So you're telling us, so you got to answer it because you can't do rhetoricals like that. That's that.
Yeah.
He ain't said this one, but that was said in another rival debate. Don't ask rhetorical questions.
Will have access to spiritual gifts and coming back into the fold. Now the other people are jealous of that when it was prophesied in Ezekiel 30.
So if I'm the moderator, I'll wait till it get done. Like, all right, I'll let go. That's what I would do. Even though he the same part of his question, he still did it. He still asked the question. So I'll say, okay, all right, answer that.
7 for the children of Israel to become one stick and come back together. And Christ sent the disciples out telling them, go not in the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So anybody that's living outside of this truth, outside of the belief in the Most High and the Mashiach Yahushua are lost. So that was the mission that was sent. They were sent to go get them. So why would they be jealous because they got to go get them? That doesn't make any sense. All right. I want to deal with this verse 17.
See, Riley said, can I ask a question? No, you're in the hot seat, stupid, for 20 minutes. That's what I was trying to tell you, that you cannot do that. I can ask whatever question I want in 20 minutes, rhetorical ones, whatever. But you can answer them. You got 2 minutes to answer them. But you cannot ask a question. You only give answers.
Right.
Yeah, I'm finna ask a question, but you ain't supposed to be talking while I'm talking, bro.
Well, technically, you asked a question, so like I stopped the time. So when the thing is about the Q&A is that when you ask a question, he's supposed to be able to respond. So you want to limit or eliminate your rhetorical questions.
Wait. Why is anybody asking questions? Aren't you supposed to be asking questions?
Asking.
Yeah, bro. I hate that, bro.
I heard a you do that. Let me ask you a question.
I didn't ask him a question, bro. All right.
Well, you did, but
you definitely did.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
But,
well, I didn't ask a question. That was not my intent. All right.
No problem.
That's called rhetorical, stupid.
Right.
No
so
problem.
You can't ask rhetorical questions. It's cool.
Right,
I'll stop your time.
You guys are untangled. The time is stopped. Once you start back speaking, y'all good to
All right, so it says here in
yeah, why is it necessary to have 3 moderators? I just know
they got 3 moderators.
Yeah,
that's crazy. There's no reason why they should.
And yo, why is Corey like, damn, dude, you that bored? You want to be a permanent moderator? Like he's always the moderator.
Hey, bro, we took him out of the debate circle. You're a permanent mod, bro. Did I tell you what happened when I called him out on that the vocab and bro, he gonna say some. Garfield gonna say something. Oh, bro, hit me up. We can set it up. Like, no, bro, I want to do it on his channel. I ain't trying to do all that because then I gotta pay probably like what $50 or something like that. Something stupid.
Romans 11, it says,
I put my phone down.
In Romans 11:18, it says what? Boast not against the natural branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root.
I guess I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna finish this hot seat, but tonight, this morning, whatever time it is, I ain't doing Riley's to after.
But think about this though. Remember when he said when they brought up the part that said to provoke them to jealousy?
Yeah.
Now, the reason why God was going to provoke them to jealousy was because they were provoking him to jealousy. If you read in that Deuteronomy 32, verse 16, like 6 verses before what they're talking about, it literally says they provoked me to jealousy. Yeah. So how did you know how the Israelites provoked God to jealousy?
Other idols. Of the gods?
Other idols, right. So how is he going to provoke his people with the same people? That's like saying, oh, you provoked me to jealousy by worshiping me. Like, wait, huh?
Yeah.
That don't make no sense. I think that's a point I'm going to bring up if we do end up going into this. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. It says, verse 21, for if God spared not the...
Yeah, I already got one guy for you. I just need him to respond back. He can't ask me, do I have X? What the fuck is X? I said, dude, I got a Zoom link, man.
Twitter.
Yeah, he kept saying to do something on Twitter. Like, what was it doing on Twitter? Like, I got a Zoom link.
I don't know. Do they have like meetings or something?
Yeah, guess they do, because he can't ask me about that. Like, yo, what is that?
Shoot. I'm gonna have to hop on that then. I just download whatever somebody's saying. Like when the one dude was like, "Oh, y'all got fan base," bro, I downloaded that to see what was up on there. That's like old people clubhouse for real. I ain't even gonna fake with you.
Okay.
That's really what it is. That's what it seemed like to me. And there's another one. I think there's Rumble, something else. I don't know.
Yeah, Rumble. I heard of Rumble.
Yeah.
He played his guy.
If God spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. So I want to know, who are the natural branches?
Say that again.
I want to know, who are the natural branches?
The natural branches would be the Jews that remained in Jewry who stayed down, right? And I can show you all throughout the scriptures that Israel is likened unto an olive tree, that Israel is likened unto branches, right? So let me give you a couple. This is Jeremiah 11:12, right? It says, "Then shall
Is that all Israel?
Wait,
I'm
one
going to
question
answer
at a
the
time.
let
One
me answer
question
the
at a time.
question.
He
Jeremiah
already
11 and
answered the
12. It
question,
says,
man.
"Then shall the cities of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem go and cry unto the gods whom they offer incense, but they shall not save them at all the time of their trouble. For according to the number of the cities were thy gods, O Judah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem have ye set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense unto Baal. Therefore, pray unto thou for this people, neither lift up a cry or a prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time when they cry unto their for their trouble. What hath my beloved to do in mine house, seeing she have wrought lewdness with many, and the holy flesh is passed from thee? When thou doest evil, then thou rejoicest, and the Lord call thy name. A green olive tree, fair and goodly fruit, with the
1
noise of
minute.
a great tumult. He have kindled fire upon it, and have branches of it are broken." All right, we see the breaking of the branches. This is in reference to Judah. "For the Lord of hosts that planted thee have pronounced evil against thee for the evil of the house of Israel and of the house of Judah, which they have done against themselves to provoke me to anger and offering incense unto Baal." So we see that this whole thing about olive tree and being grafted in is about Israel. Because why? Israel is that tree, that one family.
All right, so everybody can see that man did not answer the question at all. Okay. The natural branches, Paul is pronouncing and telling them not to boast against the natural branches, because if you boast, you bear not the root. How can Israelites that are Gentiles bear not the root when they are of the seed line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? How could they bear not the root? How could he continue to go on and say, "For if God spare not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee"?
He's asking the wrong question.
How could this be if these people, according to this brother, these people are also Israelites? They
You know what he needs
are
to do,
natural
Unbiased?
branches.
What is that?
They are is what the scripture is
When
referencing
he
about
asks,
them.
who
Nowhere
are the
in the
natural
Bible
branches,
does it
and he
call
gave that
the
answer,
northern kingdom or
he
the
needs to
southern
say,
kingdom
show me one
a
lexicon
wild
that defines
olive tree.
natural that
That's
way.
nowhere in
All right.
scripture.
Yeah.
And I challenge the brother to bring it out. Okay? So the children of Israel, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom are referenced as olive trees. And they are a part of the natural branches. So who is the wild olive tree? Who is that?
The ones that were
The ones
broken
that were
off, that
broken
I
off
just
that I
showed
just
you that they were broken off. I'm answering the question. You just don't understand it, all right? Because you think that somehow Paul is saying something different all throughout this epistle, and now these Gentiles are somehow heathen. This makes no
And you know
sense,
what he
bro.
needs to do,
It's because
Unbiased?
you lack understanding,
Who's that?
all right? Because
Right?
No,
according
you
to
lack
Or the other guy?
understanding, bro.
No,
You
the other
lack
Again, I'm
guy.
not
understanding.
dealing with
Okay.
Well,
you,
he
all right?
gets two
Again,
right,
I
minutes to
all
answered
answer
the
right.
your
Hey, we
question
question.
not
very,
going.
very.
Hey,
You gotta mute up. Go ahead,
There's
Ariella.
no
I
need. There's
answered
no
the
need for the
question.
back and forth.
You
But
did
go
not
ahead, Ariel.
like the answer that I gave you. The answer was very simple. The Israelites are called an olive tree. And guess what? Some of the branches got cut off. And this whole chapter, Paul is talking about what? Them being grafted back in. You can be grafted back into a tree. Well, guess what? If these people are freaking heathen, guess what? They're not of the same tree, because trees represent families. You cannot graft in an orange tree into an apple tree. It doesn't
Wait,
work.
pause it real quick.
That would nullify the.
Okay, so what the other guy needed to do at the beginning was he needed to ask this question. In verse 7, it says, "What then? Israel hath not obtained that which he seeketh for." He needs to ask, is Israel there all of Israel, or is Israel there a northern or southern or just a portion of Israel? He needs to ask that, because then the rest says, "But the election has obtained it, and the rest were blinded." The word rest literally means remaining, everybody else. So if
Yeah.
this is all of Israel and it contains elect and blinded, that's all of Israel right there. So if the rest were blinded, that's the breaking off. Then he needs to be able to show that the natural branches and the ones that are broken off represent the elect, and the blinded, which are all of Israel. So those coming from another tree are actually not part of Israel. And they like to, what Arila just said, it's very slick, because they like to say this. In verse 23, it says, and they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, shall be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again. He thinks this is talking about the Gentiles. But you have to pay attention in this whole chapter to the pronouns and the way that Paul is saying you, thou, and they, because they always refers to the group outside of his audience. So they would be those that were cut off. They can be grafted in again because they were once on the tree and they can come in again. And then he says, oh, you can't graft an orange branch onto an apple tree. And that's exactly Paul's illustration that, in the time of engrafting, what you would do is you would graft a good branch onto a bad tree and it would help the bad tree. You would never do the reverse because it would never work. But God is saying, with God, all things are possible. He is doing the impossible.
The miracle.
Right. So that point that they make has nothing to do with what God can do, because nothing's impossible with God. So, dude, I would destroy all of Arila's arguments, man. I really want him on this topic.
Whole analogy that we see here in Romans, the 11th chapter. But I showed you a precept where the Israelites are called an olive tree and branches were broke off. Okay? It's very, very simple. You're just being asinine and asking ridiculous questions. I answered your question. You can ask another one if you like.
You got one more question to ask. You got about 1 minute and a half left.
He wasted all that time, bro.
Yeah.
You were muted, Jeremiah. You have to unmute yourself. You were muted. So, Dominique, make sure you hold on, Jeremiah. Dominique, correct his time.
All right, I'll add on another 10 seconds.
All right, no problem.
All right, so this brother just ad homed me, and he wasn't supposed to do that, man. I want to make that clear because I ain't done that to him.
Wait. Wait. That didn't happen. All right, you both started kind of going to a back and forth in which you actually was at fault because he was answering your question and he gets 2 minutes. So when he had made the statement that you didn't understand his question, you were not supposed to unmute and say, no, you don't understand. So that was your mistake.
Hey, hold up. So he gets the ad hom and nobody corrects this dude?
Wait, do you know what an ad hom is?
Yeah, I know what an ad hom is, brother.
He said he asked a dumb question. That's the personal attack.
So the Lord ain't dealing with me. That's got something to do with this, what we're talking about. Come on, bro.
He's confused now.
Come on, bro.
He's confused.
Did anybody hear him say the Lord isn't dealing with him?
Yeah, he said that.
I didn't call you a name. I did not call you a name.
Ariella. He's appealing to the
moderation.
To the panel.
Did anybody hear him say that?
Stay muted out.
No, I didn't say that.
I didn't hear him.
The only thing that I heard him say was asinine. His idea is asinine.
No, I think he said something like, I don't know if he said the Lord is not dealing with him.
I did say the Lord is not dealing with him, but that's not an ad
Captain
hoc.
being okay.
Right. And that's what made Jeremiah respond when he said that. So Jeremiah wouldn't be wrong. Yeah, so he wouldn't be wrong.
All right, so Ariella, we're giving you a warning. All right, you get your warning.
Oh, okay, I hear you, but again, that's not an ad hom. The rule was to not use
an
ad homs, and that is not an ad hom. Me saying that the Lord's not dealing with him is not an ad hom.
Ariella, real quick. But I also said for nobody to kind of not disrespect each other. You know what I'm saying? So if he took that disrespectfully out, you just got to take that warning. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
This is ridiculous, but okay.
Right, y'all. It's heated, and y'all doing fine. Y'all doing well.
Right.
All right?
So let's
it's
just
a warning.
And
I'm actually give you a warning too, Jeremiah, because you wasn't supposed to unmute.
Oh man, what type of madness is this, bro?
You wasn't supposed to unmute.
What type of madness is this, bro? Don't do that, man. I already knew I was gonna come in here on an unfair platform, bro.
You can't.
It's not an unfair platform, King. So
hey, Jeremiah, if I could, Jeremiah, you got brothers from different forums moderating this debate. So when you try to disrespect one, you're disrespecting us all. And I clearly said that Ariala said what he said first. So don't accuse us of being unfair. We're actually being very fair. Just because he did something wrong does not give you the right to do something wrong. We're the moderators. We make sure the rules are followed. Now, if you wouldn't have did nothing wrong, we wouldn't be saying anything to you at all. You'd be all the way in the clear. You understand? The scriptures say, "Render not evil for evil." That's what the scriptures say.
Right. And listen, don't let this moment right here mess up the debate. The debate's been going beautiful. Y'all been going back and forth. It happened. It happened. Let's move on from it. Let's get some decorum going, and let's keep dealing with the information at hand. Khan?
But again, I did not do anything wrong. I did not do anything wrong. I did not break the code.
Ariella,
Everybody got a warning. That's all that happened. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
and that's the
Everybody
end
got
of it. We're not about to go back and forth over what somebody said or didn't say. The moderators have spoken. We laid out the rules from the beginning. Let's move forward.
Right. Let me say this before Jeremiah start. Moderation has been very solid, and I commend you brothers for actually being solid in terms of the timing and everything, making sure both sides is fair,
Amazing.
making sure Jeremiah got his time back, and everything. So I appreciate you brothers actually coming up to moderate this debate. When Jeremiah kind of played to the, I'll mute you right quick, Jeremiah. You got a little echo. When Jeremiah played to the panel, the moderators worked it out amongst themselves to see what was said that offended Jeremiah, and they came to a conclusion, and brothers was handed out a warning, and we right back to the edification. So I just want to clarify that whole point. When the build is usually happening between teachers, then shots get thrown at moderation. But I'm glad that this is recorded for everybody to be back to play it back from the top to see how well of a job moderation did. So let's get right back to the point. Dominique and Yawasop, if y'all want
My man had
clarify the time and then have
my
them
man
continue
had
to build.
episode.
Yeah, so there's 18:57 on the clock. So you'll get a chance to ask one more.
My man's like, I knew you guys all be against me. Yeah, my man had a panic attack.
Oh my! And Cap trying to be all chill. He's like, bro, be quiet. Let's get this over with.
yeah. Like, dude, this is long enough. Yeah, my man threw a temper tantrum. God damn.
So we'll be closing out here.
Now, is this round over?
Question.
I think so.
And then that'll be all.
Almost. Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Go ahead, Jeremiah. You on mute?
All right, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, so dealing with this idea of the natural branches clearly wasn't dealt with, because it's showing a separation. Even when you go into the history and you look up olive trees and cultivated trees, when you look at the history, can I bring this out? Can I bring this out?
Hurry up.
And then I'll pass it on.
This is your time.
You got 30 seconds left.
All right, can you read the difference between the olive trees?
Khan, this is can you hear me okay?
10 seconds.
This is from the Olive Oil Times. It was from February 13, 2013, oliveoiltimes.com. And it's an article on the difference between the natural olives and the cultivated or the domesticated olives. And I'm going to just read the final paragraph. It says, the main difference between the wild and the cultivated olive tree is the bigger and juicier fruits of the latter, the cultivated one. It says is the bigger and juicier fruits of the latter, and it seems that the whole domestication process required of a great deal of time and many genetic exchanges between the trees to materialize.
He took so long to bring out that, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I bring this out?
Give him like another
No,
like 15 seconds.
Wait, because that was first of all I let him go over because I thought he was going to read a scripture and ask a question. He's actually at 20:36, and there was no question asked. So I was
Okay,
waiting
I
for him
didn't
to
know
ask his
that. Okay.
question, and he ain't do it.
So let's reset.
Yeah, one moderator said, "Can we give him?" No. So how does one moderator override the other moderator? It's supposed like a little, debate.
That's why they got.
Right, Captain. What do you say?
Yeah, Maya, we're gonna mute you. Don, reset the clock.
All right, yeah. So now I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna watch a little bit of that Dr. Brown on my way to sleep. Only I want to, because he's not debating. He's not debating the olive tree being Israelites. He ain't doing that, dumbass. No. Come on, you think he'll? Come on, it's like nobody dumb enough to insert that argument. So he's debating something else on that. But he's going to establish that the Gentiles are Gentiles. So I want to see.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that Zondervan pictorial dictionary. They gonna hate it by the end of the freaking Romans 11 debate, man, because he is totally against what they're saying, but that's their dictionary, man.
Yeah,
they love it. Like, he didn't hone in on natural. He's saying from a historical no, from a dictionary definition perspective. That's what he needs to say. Hey, I need your source that these are those that are living in Jewry. That's what natural means. I need that.
Yeah.
Because that's a presupposition that he's walking into with the text. See, they're not good at identifying presuppositions and like saying like, hey, you need to prove this. You're assuming it, but you need to prove it. You haven't done so thus far. He wasn't good at articulating his point, but he was good in the second round. He did have a good second round, but he has really he lost my respect at these last minutes.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Thought he was better.
Yeah. I thought so too. He came off like he had an angle, and then he just, that one West doctrine just said, nah, brother, your brain don't do that. Your brain stays.
It's like he had a clear lane to the basket and he just shot a three.
An underhand three.
Yeah. Granny shot.
A Rick Barry three.
Oh man.
He had a clear lane to the basket. He called a timeout.
Yeah. But hey, if you really want to get into this topic, we could do a Zoom and I can share my notes that I've taken on this. I took a lot of notes on this.
All right. I will redirect my talents to get people. I'm gonna get off the Virgin Bird. The guys who are gonna get the Virgin Bird, I'm gonna redirect them towards this.
Yeah, because you could say, hey, we're debating both, right? So we could kill them real quick in the virgin birth, or they could just say, hey, I only want to debate.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Because then they get intimidated. Oh, these guys are super smart.
You're right.
Yeah, let's just stick right here. And then we can sneak in like, all right, well, what's your when they get tired? What's your thoughts on the Virgin Birth? And that's when you just
go for the kill. Yeah.
All right. I gotta wake up in 2.5 hours. No, 3.5.
Dang,
which is gonna be less because I gotta watch a little bit of Dr. Brown stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna check that out too.
I don't gotta wake up that early, but I want to teach a son a lesson. Like, you waking the hell up early, bro.
Dude, that's funny because my daughter, she be waking up at like 6:30 on the dot every day.
That's what I need him to do.
Yeah. I'm like, man, you need to sleep in a little bit. I'm tired.
Yeah. All right.